Okay, we are going to call to order the Town of Telluride Town Council meeting Tuesday, January 30th, 2024. It is 10 a.m. on the button, and this is a hybrid meeting online as well as here in Rebecca Hall. First thing we will do is our roll call, starting from my right.
Elena Levin, Geneva Shawnette,
Ian Fee, Ashley Von Sparken.
Dan Enright.
Teddy Erico as mayor. Item number one on the meeting is work sessions. 1A is discussion of a memorandum of understanding with Telluride Ski and Golf regarding the Chair 7 base design and planning. And on Zoom, hopefully we have Scott Robson here, and we have Chad Horning in the room as well.
Okay. Hello, Mayor. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
All right. Thanks so much. Scott Robson, town manager here. I am remote today, just a little bit of a head cold. I didn't want to pass along to anybody this morning, so I thought I would participate remotely here. So, and appreciate Chad Horning from Telluride Ski and Golf being there in person. Thanks, Chad.
You bet. I've got John Miller here with me, part of the team with us on this.
Fantastic. Great. Well, I can kick it off here and then I'll hand it off to Chad for any other comments. But over the last 6 months or so, TSG and the town of Telluride have had a non-binding memorandum of understanding, or MOU, that we've signed related to future development and design of the Chair 7 base area along with Carhenge. And again, we've talked at some length around how I think collectively we all have felt that these are two really critical parcels that adjoin one another. And certainly the two organizations are critical in our efforts together to make sure that we get this kind of last big area within our community developed at a world-class level and collaboratively, and that we hit multiple goals together. So after the last 6-month MOU sunset here around the first of the year, Chad and I have worked on a draft MOU in front of you here today that begins to put a little bit more detail and a little more financial obligation on the table as we start to take some next steps together. Again, we are really excited to be working together. We know that some past proposals years back did not ever obviously come to fruition, but we feel like the spirit of this MOU is right, and it's certainly one that again begins to put some detail around the public engagement on this effort, collaborating exclusively together on this, and begins to make some financial commitments that are pretty modest at this point. As you can see in the MOU, based on the scope of work from Design Workshops, who TSG hired earlier in the summer, we agree in this MOU to split $78,000 over the next 6 months of the lifespan of this MOU. We will agree to allow for this intellectual property to remain amongst just the two parties, and again, spell out a little bit more this framework for cooperation that again we hope kicks off a public participation element as early as February, I would anticipate. So that's just a little bit of background to it. Again, the scope of work from Design Workshops really takes us through a number of steps, from outreach and engagement to preliminary conceptual development of the character. And it would also include, again, a range of meetings and collaborative workshops between our two parties, our two organizations. I would anticipate all of this occurring before we even get to any kind of a preliminary proposal in front of Planning and Zoning or HARC. This is really that higher level mass and scale kind of discussions, and making sure that not only are we meeting the goals of our Southwest Area Plan that Council adopted several years back now, but then we're also meeting the goals of Telluride Ski and Golf as well. So I think with that, I'll just hand it over to Chad for any other comments, or John Miller, who I know is the lead planner for TSG on this.
Thanks, Scott. Well said. I think from a ski company point of view, we're really excited to approach this from a more of a partnership and a collaborative fashion. It's not so much about exactly what we want. We have desires, we have needs for the resort, we have infrastructure needs for the resort. We have needs for housing, we have needs for the Southwest Area Plan, and it's just exciting to be able to work together jointly on this. And this is envisioned and written in such a way that we're literally going to be sitting shoulder to shoulder in the community engagement and figuring out that feedback, figuring out what kind of plan might be feasible, and then bringing it back to council and, you know, Telsky at the same time, and trying to figure out how do we want to move forward? Can we move forward? What's the scenario under which we can? And I'm just really excited to be approaching this project from that angle, as opposed to just coming in with a plan and saying, this is what we want to do, because that's just not what we're doing in this case. We don't think that is appropriate or would be successful. And even if it could be successful, I don't think it's appropriate. So that's really all I have. This is about a $40,000 commitment for each entity. It's important to us that we're all kind of committed to doing this together, and that we're both have some skin in the game, so to speak, and make sure we're not just doing this for any kind of going through the motions, that we really think there's going to be some success at the end of it. I have participated in one HOA meeting at Cimarron. I think you were there as well, Elena. And our first step here is to get those locals right around the Chair 7 area and Carhenge engaged in this, and to get a community meeting with them, and to start to kick the process off that way. So the consultants are lined up, they're ready to go. And this is the next phase for us. So that's all I got. Thank you.
John, anything else to add, or?
You know, at a high level, I think there's a really great opportunity in this area. When we walked the site with Scott, it must have been a year now. I think Scott actually said, wow, there's not really a lot of places like this where you have such a large amount of space at the bottom of a chairlift. So we really kind of think of it as an opportunity, but we recognize the complications with the neighbors and trying to develop a product that fits into the neighborhood and addresses all the concerns that the adjacent properties have. So I think that's really our goal going forward, is just being open to compromise and open to opportunity.
Great, thank you. Next step in the work session is if anyone from council has questions for the three of them, now's a good time to ask it. Dan, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much. And thank you, Chad and John, for being here. And I want to start by saying I absolutely think that collaboration in this MOU is the right next step for us. And I absolutely look forward to collaborating and working together between the town and the ski company. My question is, and this is pretty high level still, and doesn't necessarily expect a complete answer, but just a beginning of the conversation. And my long-term question, I don't think concern is quite the right word, but it's that of alignment of our goals. And how do we necessarily make sure that we have alignment on that? Because in my mind, Carhenge is the town's last significant asset for significant affordable housing development within the town boundaries. And I think that is very important to utilize to the greatest extent feasible, with all the considerations of neighborhood and design and everything that any application must go through. And so I just want to open the floor a little bit to you, Chad, in specific of how do we work together to make sure that us as two entities have alignment on that, because I recognize that you have other goals outside of just affordable housing, including affordable housing. As you just said, you certainly want that, but I just want to start having the conversation a little more openly and perhaps also at a later date, face to face, personally, if you're willing, of how do we make sure we work in tandem towards that, and if there is a separation, how do then we address that separation of our alignment on these goals?
Thanks, Dan. I don't think we have a separation on those goals. It's a primary driver for us. to create housing, not just for the ski company, but for the community there. I think that by planning these parcels together, my hope is that we can actually get more than we might get if we didn't plan them together. So I do not see any issue there with our alignment at all. As far as, by the way, meeting separately, anytime, let's do it.
Sure.
I would love to spend time talking about it.
Great.
It's, we've talked to some stakeholders about what they'd like to see, and housing is always top on the list. But what we need to do is go through this process so that we're talking to all the stakeholders and all the people impacted. And even though some of our biggest priorities and the town's biggest priorities are housing, some of the neighbors are not gonna want that, and we're gonna have to deal with that. And so we're gonna have to minimize that impact. And that's the fun and the challenge of going through this process. So, but we're up to it.
I think that's a great place to start, and let's absolutely be in touch. I'll reach out.
Okay.
Yeah,
Thank you.
and I'd just like to add, I think, being the base area of a major Rocky Mountain ski resort, there's a great opportunity for, a wonderful mixed use community and development down there. And the only thing I'd like, for the team to consider and us to consider is, how can we create a phase one that encompasses a big piece of that affordable housing component that we'd like to see, to try to take a larger chunk out of the problem that we face, and don't want to rush, but I think we can move quickly on that without foregoing some of those mixed use things in a phase two, and work with the neighbors and work with everybody. But if there's any way that we can move more quickly on a phase one for affordable housing, and like I like to say is, put heads in beds. That's kind of what our big problem is right now. That's my concern, and certainly the other amenities are going to be great down there, whether it's restaurant space, day lodge, other commercial retail, and again, working with the neighbors to make sure we can do the best we can.
Thanks for that. As far as the timing goes and the phasing of it, I think we can look at that. I think what we could use from support from council is just some clear direction to staff to what level of priority this project is as far as the planning and to scheduling. We haven't had any issues with staff whatsoever, by the way. But just going forward, if staff can have clear direction from council on how to prioritize this project, because I'm assuming they've got a lot of things on their plate, that would probably be helpful for us. It's going to be a top priority for us, just so you know. So I'm hopeful that we can work together very expeditiously to figure out what we can do here.
Great. Any other questions?
I don't really have a question. Thanks again for joining us, and I'm really excited to see where this project heads. I think that I appreciate what both Teddy and Dan said. I would also say that I think that there's some really unique opportunities in this area, not just for housing and affordable housing, but also for us to start looking at maybe some deed restricted commercial and stuff like that could be really beneficial to business owners and all of the people that live down there, having some other opportunities for, restaurants, stores and stuff like that. So I know that Aspen has recently opened up 2 deed restricted restaurants, and the idea of that being that they would hopefully be a cheaper food option for people in the area and wouldn't, get pushed out by high rents and stuff like that. So I would really like for us in our planning of that to keep those types of, initiatives in mind as well, so that we can create a really vibrant community. I think that the more integration that we can have with different levels of housing and commercial will create a really wonderful atmosphere. And I think that the, neighbors in that area could also then see a great benefit of, having additional eating options or shopping options that are right out their back door. So that was my 2 cents.
Thank you for that.
And I guess I also have a comment that's not really a question, but something that I live in that neighborhood, and something that we talk about is just pedestrian traffic flow. So I think keeping in mind that there's going to be an increased amount of pedestrian traffic, and that we're also going to be shifting around where some of that parking traffic is coming from. And I think keeping that in mind as we're going through the design process is, how do we make sure that we are directing people where we want them and making good pathways so that, snow removal is easy and we can all work together to keep that area really functional.
Thanks for bringing that up. That's one thing that's probably the most common feedback we've heard from people in Cimarron is, how's this all gonna work together? How are we gonna deal with all this pedestrian? And I think we have to include that in the planning, so that's our intention.
Geneva?
Sounds like we all have a lot of input on this project, and I bet people listening do too. So Scott, can you tell the listening audience where we can find info on where these public meetings will be so that everyone can give their input?
Yeah, you bet. I would anticipate as soon as we set those locations and times, we will use Engage Telluride .org as the platform, or at least one of our key platforms, to keep folks updated on all things Carhenge and Chair 7 planning and meetings. And there will be a standalone page on Engage Telluride for that. So that'll be a key area. But of course, through our communications team, we will we'll push out significantly those dates and times as soon as we get them set. So I think that's the next step for us, I would anticipate. Assuming we give the green light to this MOU, will be that we'll sit down with TSG staff and design workshops and really map out what that public input process looks like over the next 2-3 months in particular, and 6 months in addition.
Great. I think that's a great point. For everyone, that's going to be your opportunity to comment on the project when we have something definitive to present. We'll move towards making sure everyone is aware and prioritize it, everybody, please. We want people to contribute as quickly as they can at these meetings and not wait to the last minute, because that usually causes the delays. Any last comments?
Mayor, one other thought, a little bit of a side note here before we wrap, is that, at last week's Colorado Association of Ski Town meetings that a few of us attended, we had some really robust discussion around base area development around the West. And folks from Park City were there, who are in the midst of some significant collaboration in Park City, for example. And there was the establishment of a new base area working group amongst managers, mayors, and so on, to really share ideas and best practices, what's working well with some of our private partnerships around the key ski areas around the West. So we'll be a part of that, absolutely, and that'll do nothing but, I think, help add some innovative thought and design as we move forward as well.
Great news. Well, thanks you guys for showing up and blocking time for us today. We appreciate it. We'll discuss it again later this afternoon. And I know you guys can't be here, and why we set you up at 10.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Moving right along, 1B, discussion regarding Telluride Municipal Code 11-4 festival events. We have Stephanie Jacquet to present this item.
Morning, Mayor and Town Council. Stephanie Jacquet, Parks and Recreation Director. And I'm going to walk you through a brief presentation. Thank you, Lindsay, for helping put it together for me. So first of all, we're going to start with a little background of why we're having today's discussion. The people who were on council last year recall initial discussions about this topic, and I will bring everybody else up to speed on that. I'll provide a little background on local ticket programs, and then the 3 primary discussion topics will be local ticket option requirements, major festival event capacity limits, and special event size categorization, in addition to anything else that council may want to discuss. For an introduction, the section of the code that we're talking about today, chapter 11-4, defines and governs special events occurring on town property. A few of these sections only address major festivals, such as advance notice of impacts and crowd size limits. But the remaining sections, admission fee, indemnification and insurance, permit requirements, exemption procedure, and violations and fines, all address all events on town property, regardless of their size. There's another section of the code that also addresses special events, and that's admission fees. That's chapter 6-3. And that is not what we're talking about today, but we will be having a future discussion about that at a later point likely ahead of next year's budget process. So amending the municipal code does take 2 readings of an ordinance. So if council does deem updates necessary, we would recommend that final approval occur this spring ahead of contract execution, because we are actively working on contracts for this festival season. The last time that this section of the code was amended was in 2012, and a new portion was added to section 11-4-30 regarding crowd size limit for major festival events in town park. Specifically, it was the ability for a festival, i.e. Bluegrass, because that's who would fall within that size category, to request an additional 500 people per day if they provided a local ticket option that was specific to San Miguel County residents. And that needed to be approved by town council via a resolution. And looking back since 2012, they received the 12,000 person maximum capacity 6 years out of 10, not counting the COVID years. And there were a few years where a middle ground was found of 11,750, so not the full 12. So that was the last time that this code was adjusted, and I believe that was the only change made at the time. So for just a little bit of background, in October of 2023, staff provided an overview of the 2023 special event season. And I included those packet materials in your packet today as well. So in 2023, the case calendar had over 100 special events occurring both on private and public property. And of these 100 events, 41 occurred specifically on town property. So we have a lot of events we're talking about today, not just the major events. Thank you, Tim. Now it's not wanting to advance. So at that October meeting, one of the topics that we discussed was future changes to this section of the municipal code, and specifically can't hear me? I'm so loud. Specifically the local ticket program requirements, the major festival capacity limits, and minor edits, updates, and clarifications recommended by staff as well. So that is the purpose of today's discussion. Another large talking point in October was about fees for special events and looking at special event economic impact benefits in addition to fees and town expenses. I do want to let council know we are progressing on that item. We've implemented new fees for 2024 with the buy-in of events of all sizes right now. So the permit fee that you all approved. We also are getting lost revenue for campground use by the major festivals, and we are getting reimbursed for additional utility usage for multi-day events in town park. So those are the 3 specific ones that are new and going to result in a significant amount of additional revenue for the town. And then there will be future discussions about admission fee and facility rentals, because we'd like to have those discussions at the same time since they are interrelated at the moment. So back to today's discussion. The impetus, as staff saw the updates for the code, is to add the requirement of a local ticket option for all medium and major events. This was directed by town council to implement it for 2023 events, and we did so through the contract process. And we had great collaboration with the events that are listed, and they all met the requirement in different ways, because it is a flexible plan and requirement, because not one size doesn't fit all in terms of how they can accommodate local tickets or what the needs are. So that was successfully implemented, but staff is recommending that the code be revised to reflect that requirement, and staff is also recommending that we keep that at the medium and major festival level. So that's 3,000 people and 11,500. So prior to 2023, the local ticket option was only required if Bluegrass asked for expanded capacity to 12,000, or as a condition of approval for a new or changed major festival. So town council has, over the last 10 years, we'll call it also, has approved concerts, larger crowd sizes for existing festivals. In those cases, almost every time when you all took action to approve that, you required a local ticket option, but not all existing events come in front of council every year. So in reviewing the code, in addition to adding this local ticket, there's also some other updates that staff is recommending. So I'll switch over to the discussion topics. So the first is the local ticket option, which I've talked about already. Staff is recommending that it be a planned submittal, just like everything else through the contract process, so that there be the ability for events to propose a plan that works with their ticket structure and their crowd needs, and that plan would be approved by the town manager. So not getting too detailed in the code with what that entails, but allowing that to happen at the contract level as it already is. The maximum total crowd size, we're looking for direction from council on whether there should still be the ability to ask for an additional 500, which is how it's currently written, or if 11.5 should be the hard cap on major festivals, or as you saw public comment in your packet, whether that should be increased to 12,000 per Bluegrass's request, and I'll allow that to be requested by them. So that would be topic number 2. And topic number 3, which is the easiest, I think, is to officially reflect the 3 levels of events that you hear staff talk about a lot. And it's also in the admission fee section of the code. And we also base our contracts on it. So a minor event being under 1,000 people per day, a medium event being between 1,000 people and 3,000, and a major event being anything over 3,000. So the current section of the code clumps the minor and the medium into one category, and we would recommend separating those out and clarifying what requirements apply to each level of size event. So that one is kind of a cleanup, but also to be consistent with how we're currently doing things. And that's all I've got for the presentation.
Great. Thanks so much, Stephanie. Before we dive into the 3 items, I know that Telluride Bluegrass and Zach is here, and if you want to add anything to what Stephanie added, then we'll be happy to chat about it.
Yeah, that mic's not working.
And just introduce yourself and who you're with for the record, please.
Yeah, I'm Zach with Bluegrass. It's good to be back. I apologize for my novel, but I did feel like I wanted to offer some more context because really the local ticket and capacity connection really only affects Bluegrass. And so I thought it was kind of important to offer some background and our reasoning for why I'm up here today. And so on the local ticketing aspect, we've been working really hard at council's direction to implement a new plan over the last year. It's gone really, really well. We were down there twice in November, offering unlimited locals tickets ahead of our general on sale. And then we still have more that we've held that we're going to be offering again in March. So if anybody missed it in November, we'll be back in March to offer even more. So we're trying to give as much opportunity as possible. And I've gotten really, really good feedback. I was there selling tickets, and it was awesome. And so I'm hoping that any feedback that's been heard has been positive as well. So this has been a pretty darn good change in our opinion. And I support the plan that Stephanie put out there of council or of having a plan that we can then submit to the town manager for how that would work, because we like to try new things and find out what's going to work best and make changes year over year. So I think that offers the flexibility, especially because we have pretty unique ticketing, unique demand, and unique timelines. So that approach really works well for us in that model. Now, I recognize that as the local ticket requirement gets added that we're in support of, we do need to change if the mechanism for getting 12,000 capacity. And my hope would be that we can maintain the 12,000 capacity that is stated when a locals ticketing program is offered. And I use the word maintain because, the last 2 years of Bluegrass, we have had a 12,000 person capacity. And Stephanie mentioned 6 since that change to the code was created. And if you don't count the COVID years, I think it's 5 of the last 7 years that we've had that higher capacity than 11,500. So it really, I kind of feel like the normal capacity for Bluegrass really is 12,000 people. And, every year I sit in the wrap-up meeting with police and fire and all of our people that we work together with. And it's always the same, hey, that was great. Everybody worked together awesome. We felt like the needs were addressed. This was the smoothest year ever. Awesome. And so I I feel like that's kind of corroborated the fact that 12,000 people is a really reasonable capacity for our festival. I think we have a track record to prove that's the case. So what I'm hoping for today would be that we can keep that as the standard moving forward with this locals ticket requirement. And so that way I don't have to come here every year and ask for it. I know there was kind of some requests last year about, hey, why do we have to do this every year? And I agree. I think if we agree that that's a reasonable capacity for the festival, then it should be stated as such. And then, you know, year over year restrictions and things like that that should affect capacity can be addressed at the contract level, such as, you know, if there's a major infrastructure issue in town or something that would need to affect capacity, we can either find a workaround or have to take reduced capacity as a result. Or if I'm unable to, you know, adequately address our impacts or something like that, as I already have to prove through the contracting process, if we can't prove that, then that justifies a capacity reduction. So our goal today would be to have the 12,000 remain as the maximum capacity that we think is fair for Bluegrass and reasonable for that event. And then put the onus on us every year to prove that we have the resources and the staffing in place to really manage that. So I appreciate your all's consideration. If there's any questions or other details that provide around that.
Great. Thank you so much. Stephanie, before we start the discussion, I think two things would be very helpful. Does the Parks and Recreation Commission have kind of an opinion or a stance or guidance? And then have you heard from various departments or staff about any concerns that they have with that 12,000 capacity maximum?
Parks and Rec Commission has not had a official discussion on it. I did inform them at their last meeting that this was going to be on the next council agenda, and a straw poll did show some concerns with more people in the park and impacts associated with additional people in the park, because that is their focus and their narrow scope of talking about events. And then both the Chief Marshal, Josh Compt, and Kyle Beck weighed in with no specific concerns related to additional 500, but just reiterating some changes in procedures and stuff that they're looking for this year related to major events, which we're already working with event organizers on, related to infrastructure and available marshal resources. But nothing that would be triggered by an additional 500.
Okay. And nothing within the Parks and Recreation Department specifically in terms of the venue?
Nope. I mean, what I look at is the adequately addressing and mitigating impacts, and Bluegrass has always addressed the impacts. They've gotten very creative when the town brings on additional challenges with infrastructure or road closures or loss of parking or whatever it might be. And so we always have the ability to pull back on capacity if we know those issues in advance, and that has not been necessary. There was one year where the park seemed a little too crowded with tarp sizes, and they took active efforts the next year to regulate the size of tarps and to enforce that. So that's an example of where Parks and Rec staff did observe some crowding, and they worked to resolve that in future years.
Great. Thank you.
And Scott, I don't know if Scott wants to weigh in for staff on feedback on that item as well.
Yeah, we'd love to hear from Scott. You bet.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, we've certainly talked internally around this particular issue, and I think Stephanie summed it up well as did Zach, as we came through our last post-event meetings with safety folks and operational folks. I would say that we didn't have concerns at a staff level around the capacity. We have felt like, again, through the contracting process, Bluegrass has been able to manage that capacity well within the venue. So we don't have anything specifically in regards to concerns. Certainly, that's a really important point around, future wastewater treatment plant limitations, for example, around our BOD levels. If we need to do something different with Bluegrass or our festivals, we will need to address that in the contracting process and potentially bump them back in specific years. But at this time, just from an overarching standpoint, Mayor, we don't have necessarily concerns around capacity at the staff level.
Great, thank you. And Stephanie, before I open it up, one more point that I think might be helpful for us is if we go to 12,000, we're going to assume that if another large scale festival wants to go to 12,000, this would be consistent across the board and not specific to Bluegrass. Is that correct?
That's how I would interpret it as well. So you've got your three categories based on size. And if this is no longer an annual request tied to a requirement, that's now a requirement and not an option, an optional requirement, then that major festival would be between 3,000 and 12,000. So we are talking about more than one
Okay.
event potentially. We still have that 9,000 benchmark in between 3,000 and 12,000 or 11,500 where it triggers the barricade. And for that reason, that is a comfortable spot for people to stay, i.e. Blues and Brews and other previous major festivals. So I don't know if we'd be having requests up to 12,000, because the level of mitigation and regional parking, camping, transportation, a lot of that gets to a whole nother level when you bump ahead of 9,000. But yes, I would interpret it as a new cap on major events, if that's the direction you're going. I would recommend also, if that's the council direction, which I know you haven't discussed yet, that Parks and Rec Commission have a chance to weigh in on the impact specific to Town Park related to increasing the capacity. So having an official check-in with them ahead of changing the municipal code would be my suggestion.
Okay, great.
Their purview will be very narrow, related to Town Park impacts, not wastewater, not community impacts, but use of Town Park.
Yeah, I did have a conversation with Chair JJ Ossola. They're somewhat conflicted. When staff doesn't have concerns with it, it helps them along. But they also feel for our facility, it may be a little crowded, but because they haven't officially discussed it, but that was just kind of his thoughts, because I thought it was important to kind of get his his brief comments on it. What I'd like to do is get the easy one out of the way and discuss going from minor to medium to major, if everyone's okay with that.
Yep.
Any questions for Stephanie? Just comments, what have you on that one topic?
Sounds good.
I mean, I'm fine leaving with where it is. It seems to be working fine. It does seem like a bit of a jump from, if you are up to 3,000 and if you go to 3,001, well, then why not, if I was a festival organizer, go all the way to 12,000 at that point? So that's my one sort of thought with that. I don't have anything tied to that I would necessarily change, because again, I think the system we have seems to be working pretty well. But from a festival organizer perspective, if I'm at 2,999 and I wanted to increase the festival size, well then with some of the other costs that we're incurring going beyond that, then it makes most sense in my mind, if I were a festival organizer, to then jump all the way up to the next maximum, the next level.
That's, I was gonna say, that's not.
That's just a huge jump staffing and execution logistics wise, not to mention, marketing and selling that many tickets. And we have to have a limit somewhere. I mean, we'll run into that issue with any cap or minimum of anything. If it was one more, it would be the next category. It's gotta be somewhere.
And we would also have to approve it. If someone went from minor to major, for example, and then there's also different level of 9,000 versus 12,000 for what an event has to work with Stephanie with and
So the
mitigate.
level of impact mitigation, in addition to the fees, are significant between a minor and a major, and then even within that 9,000 of a major.
Oh, I understand.
Yeah.
I'm just looking at it through another lens. That's
Yep.
not necessarily my own.
I have a question, because just so I'm clear,
Mhm.
if somebody comes in to apply for a major festival, they can't just say, I want 12,000 tickets, and you guys go, okay, that's fine. They have to show how they're going to provide sanitation, deal with traffic, deal with security. It's not like, once we have this available, that anybody who gets this idea to do a festival then can come in and just get 12,000 12,000 capacity to sell. Is that correct?
So application and approval are two different things.
Okay.
So yes, people can.
Anyone can
for
apply,
it.
correct?
A new major festival, our protocol, even if it's not called out in the municipal code, is to check in with council on it first. And get a general feel from council. Do you want this to continue through the process? And then the process would be Parks and Rec Commission for venue, assuming it's in town park or on town property. And then case per calendar date, and then potentially back to town council. So if a new major event applies by the spring case deadline, then they don't technically need to go in front of town council, but we have required that as kind of our operating procedure at the staff level, just to be sure that council was weighing in on it on the front end. Often they come after the deadline, and then you all do have to take action because it's after the advance notice of impact timeframe.
And even if like Blues and Brews, let's say that doesn't go up to 12,000 right now,
Mhm.
they decide, okay, we want to sell 12,000 tickets. They still have to go through that
Yeah,
process.
so that
of-
would be a changed event, so new or changed event. So a major event that wants to have larger than what their initial capacity was approved at, even if it's under that 12,000, would need to go through all those steps as well. So that we're looking at the impacts associated with that capacity, not with their old capacity, or if they want to add a venue or whatever, then yes, it requires further approvals. And then their application does ask them to address, how are you going to handle sanitation? How are you going to mitigate these impacts? And so all that is considered during the approval process.
And then I think another good point for us to consider is that if we create that medium level, I think it will offer more flexibility for the below 1,000 events and can be differentiated based on what we expect of them, the benefits for the public. And I think we think that, I'd like to think that we all think that those smaller events are really cool for Telluride with less impact on everybody. Any other questions, comments, thoughts for Stephanie on this item?
So on this discussion topic item, so the red line that will be back in front of you next time you look at this, you would see likely a little better categorization of which requirements would apply to a medium event as opposed to a minor event. So the local ticket option is a prime example. Unless you think otherwise, we're not requiring that of the under 1,000 person events, but we are requiring it for that medium level and that major. So this would allow us to make the permit requirements and plan submittals a lot clearer as well.
Great. Do you have enough direction from us with that quick, just, okay.
And I'm looking at Kevin through the podium. But obviously changing the code and what he might need clarity on, hopefully you'll jump in if you need something.
I got that one.
Okay.
Okay, and then the next topic, the next two things to discuss, maybe a little bit intertwined.
Well, we're trying to untwine that.
Untwine the local ticket option and capacity. Well, then we'll go with local tickets.
Okay.
And for anyone that wants to comment publicly, we will take some public comment once we get through the discussion of all three. And so any thoughts for Stephanie on the local ticket option for events?
Go ahead.
Yeah, I think it's a great option. It's a great thing to add to, kind of the benefits that we get from having these big festivals. I also think one of the concerns that I have with these big festivals is the impact on town. And if we're diverting a set amount of those tickets to locals, it's lowering the community impact because they're staying at their own house. They're maybe making breakfast in their own kitchen. They're the people who kind of, we want to have using our resources like the park. So I think it's a great direction to go in. And I think setting it in our code and not having it as like this special thing that we address with Bluegrass once a year, I think opens up the opportunity for it to be something that other festivals can grow into. Because right now it seems like, obviously Bluegrass is the only one reaching that capacity and taking advantage of that. And I know we're untangling these, but it's hard to talk about them separately. But I think it's good that we have a I think it's good that it's in the code so that other festivals can access that if they grow to that capacity. Because I think it's a great opportunity for those businesses to expand if they can sell that many tickets. And I don't think we should limit that or give special treatment to one festival. So this feels like a good way to address that.
Great, thank you. Any other comments for Stephanie on the local ticketing option?
Yeah, I do believe that it provides a public benefit, and I agree with Elena's comments. I also see it again from, if I'm looking at it from the shoes of a event organizer, specifically Bluegrass, that if we're requiring that, and it and in previous iterations, we had the trade-off, we made the negotiation of, okay, you get 12,000, but we get the local ticket. If we require the local ticket, then we should just allow that trade-off be codified and allow them to have that permanently. Up to 12,000 would be my opinion.
Great, thank you. Any other comments?
Can I jump back to the small, medium, major
Sure.
really quickly? I think, and it's kind of based on what Elena just said, but I think one of the concerns that we've had pretty consistently when it comes to locals tickets, when it's come to impacts, is, what the community actually feels when our festivals and events are going on within the community. And I think we just want to make sure that the town still remains a town on these festival weekends. They're incredibly important to us to diversify our economy and to bring our visitors here. But I think it's really important that we also remember that there are impacts beyond the scope of the actual weekends that these events are occurring. And so I think one of the things that maybe I'd like to see in the small, medium, major codification of those event sizes is perhaps like the limits to the utilization of the space based on the event size regarding like setup days and event days. We've got a lot of festivals that come in and they're setting up for a really, really long time, and parts of the park aren't being able to be utilized, or locals aren't able to camp. And so I think if we could work with the festivals to, reduce the event of set time and park usage, I think that's a really good trade-off. I mean, I think specifically if we're looking at Bluegrass, and I hate using one festival as an example, so I'm so sorry, but you are here and asking. But if we're selling an additional 500 tickets, that's a little more than $250,000 in additional revenue. And so if we're, I think there should be a give to get. I don't think it should be local tickets, because I think we should be serving our community first and foremost. And so I don't think just giving local tickets like we've done for the last 2 years, because locals didn't have access or an ability to actually buy tickets to events in their own backyard, makes sense to me. But I think if we are agreeing to add additional tickets to group sizes, and the get is that we're allowing our community to be able to use the park more, as opposed to having, access to certain parts denied to them, would make sense to me. So sorry, that was a tangent. It just kind of popped off after you mentioned local tickets and like the utilization of being able to, the impacts of locals attending our festivals here versus a visitor. And so I just wanted to go back and make sure I said that before I forgot.
It's a great thought.
Can I just help, for my sake, get some clarity here? Because in my mind, once we allow any festival of any size for Town Park specifically, then it is blocked off for the locals, unless, and so I guess I'm just having a little trouble seeing maybe the nexus of your point of where, so you're just saying we should codify allowing a local ticket option, but then give nothing back to the festivals? Is that sort of what you're saying? I guess I'm a little confused.
I was jumping out of the locals ticket thing. I'm 1,000% in favor of local tickets. I think
Okay.
it's I think it's, that to me is a no-brainer. It's something that we should be doing. We should be taking care of our community members. I just was saying, I just wanted to jump back to that conversation about small, medium, major festivals. That one of the things that I would maybe like to see is a reduction in everybody, or like a codification of the amount of setup time each festival has, because they all, if we're, a small festival will take less setup than a major festival, obviously. And so I think that if we could start to create those parameters, then there's a little bit less, it doesn't feel like there's parity from festival to festival as far as setup time goes, and needs go, et cetera. And so I think that way we can just make sure that the playing field is equalized for festivals based on size.
But,
And I'll
feel like-
I'll help a little bit. So,
It's okay, I'm
so, and I hate speaking for somebody, so me and correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the point here is twofold. One is there has to be some public benefit for the public who does not want to go to the festival. And if that public benefit means that whatever the event is that may not have an efficient setup and tear down schedule that could be reduced to then make a stage available for another use, a ball field available for another use, can we start requesting that? Is that fair?
That's exactly it. I mean, I think, again, I really hate using specific examples, but like Bluegrass to Blues and Brews have a very similar park setup, with some nuance, of course. But the setup time periods are very different. Can Bluegrass, if we're gonna add additional tickets, can we reduce their setup time so that the community has that additional time to be able to utilize the park? Say if you've got an event that's going on Town Park stage, do you need 30 days of rehearsal time, or can we shrink that so that somebody else has the opportunity to utilize that? We just don't have a lot of resources for our community in this area anymore. And I think that we need to be just really mindful of ensuring that the general public has use of the facilities that they are paying to have the benefit.
Dan, go ahead.
Yeah, and I absolutely agree with the heart and core of what you're saying, but I think there's a direct incentive for the festival organizers, and I would look to the audience and maybe see some agreement where they also just financially want to minimize their setup, and the more time they take to do that, the more employee and cost and space and time expense that they have. And I think our parks department does a great job of working with each individual events. I think these are apples and oranges comparisons, with each event having specific needs and specific setup time and elements with that it's going to be very hard for us to sort of codify what you're getting at, because each event is going to have, it's a case by case basis.
We're the venue.
We're the, exactly.
So we can decide you're allowed to do this in this amount of time. And while philosophically, what you're saying makes sense from a business perspective, but that's not what we're seeing. We're seeing some festivals taking much longer to set up roughly the same footprint as other festivals. And so I think what Mian's trying to get at is, rather than put it on staff in the negotiation period to shorten that obstruction period of the park, can we codify it so that it's equal amongst similar sized festivals, and you get this many days to set up or you don't?
Yep.
Maybe I'm misunderstanding,
Mhm.
but
That's right. And I want to move on from this, because what I'd like to do is lean on our Parks and Rec Commission to give us some direction on it as the experts. What they focus on specifically, knowing that even these 3 items that we're here to discuss today will go back to Parks and Rec Commission, correct?
Of the 3 you're talking about, I think the capacity is the only
The only
the
one?
one that they would weigh in. I hear what you all are saying, and it sounds more like a policy than codifying it in a municipal code.
Right.
Very, very detailed and too many variables probably to want to put in code, but I'll look to Kevin on that.
Yeah, I've been thinking about it a little bit as the discussion's been going on. And I think the preferred option would be to put some parameters in the outside of it, say, for a minor festival, for a medium festival, for a major festival, the maximum time you can have for setup before is X days and breakdown would be X days. I mean, you kind of put the parameters. That's about the only thing I think I would feel comfortable putting in codification. Otherwise, you're right. We handle it typically in the contract, and I can tell you that there
And
are
the approvals.
differences.
And you may have to specify the venue to go with that. They may be different rules for different
Right.
venues, from stage to town park to Elks Park
And
and
back
on and
to
on.
Dan's comment on the 12,000, if you put a maximum out there, people might be asking for the maximum more often than the minimum. So I understand what the goal is and the intent, and I will just share that Bluegrass has trimmed their setup on the front end every year and is continuing to do that. And that I'm a very active part of that, but with a good partnership. And so if there are specific concerns, you should talk to me about it, but parity between a 9,000 person event and a 12,000 person event in terms of their setup within that major category is going to be challenging too, because there are differences and not things that I would expect everybody to notice. So I understand the intent. I think it could be handled with more information and a Parks and Rec Commission discussion and then collaboration with the event organizers. I think adding it to this code would maybe not meet the goals that we're trying to accomplish, but.
Yeah. And
further.
go ahead, Kevin. Sorry.
Well, at the same time, if council directs that, of course, we'll implement it at your leisure and your wish. Maybe what would be helpful is to create some sort of a matrix of, pick 20 events in town park, maybe it's 10. And look at their setup schedules and then have that information given to, I think Parks and Rec could look at that and maybe they could provide a recommendation. Maybe the recommendation is they keep it at staff level and contract level, or maybe they recommend to council. It sounds like council is looking to implement this. And if you're looking to implement it, then we can make it work, but we need that direction.
I have a pretty good idea of where Parks and Recreation will go with this, so I would like to get their input on it. I think that's the fairest way to do it, and I like to empower our commissions to give us their recommendations to us, and then we can decide what we want to do from there.
What venues are we talking about? Because, remember, we've got 41 events on town property. Some of them are on the streets, some of them are on pocket parks, some are on trails. Obviously, the park, different portions of the park. So is there a little more direction on what areas we're looking at?
I feel like at the end of the day, we're really talking about the park.
Yeah.
Because we don't have organized sports that are getting kicked off of Elks Park or.
Like the park and the stage.
So town park
Personally.
facilities.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah.
I would almost put Elks Park in that though, like the setup for something like Film Fest, like it, not to call anyone out, but like it is an impact. If we're gonna have the discussion, I would advocate for including Elks Park because that's a pretty central location and,
Can we ask in your next Parks and Rec meeting, can you put it on the agenda and have them discuss the facilities and discuss kind of what their direction they'd like to go?
So specifically usage time related to setup and tear down in relation to event size and event duration? Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah, and location. I mean, they can hammer down on, they're getting these, what I know in my experience of being on that board for a long time is they're getting these questions and concerns. And I think it would be great to get their input and analysis of it to then report back to us.
Okay, I think I understand the request.
Okay. I'd like to, no, Neen, don't be sorry. That's a great topic to bring up and worthy of our extra time. So back to kind of, the local tickets, it sounds like we're in favor of making that policy. It might be a little bit different with Bluegrass to go from 11,500 to 12,000, but considering that, I don't know if based on the policy, if there's a number in mind based on your event size, whether it's a percentage or something along those lines. We know Bluegrass gets as many as they want now, but that could always change.
I feel like there should not be a barrier to locals purchasing a ticket, period. I think that there should be, I love how they are doing it with some fall opportunities and a spring opportunity, because a lot of people are broke in the fall at the end of off season. So planning for $300 or $400 to put out in the fall is hard on a lot of our community. But I think that any medium or major festival should provide a local ticket option that is not limited. And that's how I feel about the local tickets. Maybe I'm the only one who doesn't want to go up to 12,000 again. I think 11,500 was set, for a long time. And I got a lot of feedback this year from an experience, you know, consumer perspective that it was too crowded in the park the last few years.
Can I just press you on the first part of your statement a little bit? Just logistically, in your mind, how would it work where to have unfettered, unlimited access for a local ticket option for a festival?
Well, I think that Bluegrass is illustrating it right now where they're overestimating and they're holding a bunch of tickets. They're putting some for sale in the fall and they're still holding on to some more. So I doubt that they will run out because they've gotten a good idea through the years of how many locals are gonna buy tickets. I don't want to get into the nitty gritty, like, it's not our job to explain exactly how they should do that. And I think that that's great that the process we're discussing is having them work with our staff to figure out what their plan is for their festival. I feel like most festivals go on sale in winter or spring and not during the fall. It's just Bluegrass is the first one. So
The biggest change, not everybody offered a local ticket option, but what seems to get to Geneva's point, maybe not to the full level of unlimited forever, but advanced sales. So that's what SBG does for both Blues and Brews and Jazz. They were previously only doing it for VIP. Now they offer all their products. Same with Jazz. The demand is not necessarily there for Jazz, but they still offer it. Film Festival had a way to purchase locally on the day that it was sold. And Mountain Film has always done an early bird, which meets, and then Imagene's always had a process for it too. So I think getting ahead of the public sales for an event that traditionally sells out is the best way that we've seen it.
I guess my hangup was just with the word unlimited.
Yeah.
Because that's where,
Because there's still a capacity limit. So
yes.
I mean, not a set amount. So I'm not saying that it needs to be unlimited forever leading up to the day of the festival. That's not reasonable.
Yes.
But I just mean, given the parameters and the plan that they come up with, that there isn't a 200 ticket cap or 500 ticket cap. If more locals want to go, everyone should have an opportunity to purchase. And we're talking at full price here. So it's not like we're dinging revenue opportunity, which I think is reasonable as well.
I mean, I think the pushback could be from like the lodging community, you know, they want people coming here. I agree with you. I want the locals to get to do these things, but I think that's the other part of this that like is part of the discussion is, would that get to a point where it would negatively impact our hotels and lodging?
I mean, I think
Our infrastructure is being maxed out these weekends because so many people are coming at once. So
I like ultimately agree with you. I'm just kind of playing devil's advocate here.
Ashley?
I think that part of the rub here is that like, if we're requiring that, what you're saying, Elena, is exactly kind of the point that I wanted to bring up was if we're requiring that a certain amount of tickets are held for locals, 500 tickets for major festivals. The idea would be that it's not like an early bird ticket, like what we've seen historically with some festivals where they say, these are on sale in town from this date to this date, get them now. And then after that period lapses and they get thrown back into the pool of just general ticket sales. And then it's the fight to try and get the ticket before it sells out. The idea would be that these would be held back exclusively for town residents and have to be kept out of the sale for those. So in my opinion, if we're doing something like that, then it does feel like allowing for some increased capacity at the furthest end, which really right now only affects a single festival, is the way to kind of like mediate that for, you know, different events that are, or the lodging community or the, every, transportation and everyone who feeds off of those people coming to town, then that would be a way to offset. That would be like, okay, but then you have the opportunity to increase your capacity because we're now mandating that you hold these tickets for our community members that aren't going to be utilizing those services.
It just depends though, because when you get into the point of dictating to a festival who they're selling to, that affects their model of success. That could be, that's a slippery slope. It's easy with Bluegrass. They sell out, knock on wood for you, Zach, sell out every year. So it doesn't matter. Not only say it doesn't matter, but they have to have a certain control. And based on a 12,000 person capacity and the number of locals here, they have an idea of how many people from out of town will come here. But if you did unlimited for Jazz, and all of a sudden, 1,500 locals bought the ticket, then they don't get the opportunity to showcase that to people from out of town. And if that ticket count changes the next year with locals and they've had less opportunity to build their audience outside of town, you can negatively affect that event. And that's why I was thinking of the percentage number. I think we can, again, get Parks and Rec Commission feedback. No, you don't want it?
I
Okay.
don't think it's relevant to their purview. I just, 2 years ago, when council directed this, and I think it was just discussions during staff report, I believe, it wasn't ever a formal work session. It was, how can we be how can events be proactive with their sales, with greater outreach to locals? And I provided a report, and I can share that again at the next meeting, about how the program was utilized, what they offered and how it was utilized. And we really just worked with each event on what's your ticket sale timeframe, what's your model, what products do you sell, what are you currently doing, how can you make it more accessible? And I think the goals were met for the most part, and just, I think, word of mouth and people catching on to the non-bluegrass scenario, but these other options. But I do think for people being able to track their capacity, which is one of my primary important contract item, especially for the park, they need to be able to not have this amount sit out there for a very long time. So to be ahead, make sure locals know that the opportunity is there and that it's not capped at a certain amount, and then move into their traditional ticket sales for tracking later on.
Right.
It's the current, is how staff has been approving the current programs.
Since it's a work session, does a straw poll help you with each of our thoughts, whether it's hard number, no number, hard number, percentage, or flexible with
Well,
the
so-
events? I
So
mean,
if you look at the code that we're talking about, section 11.4-60, all the permit requirements, nothing gets that specific. Nothing says you need to have 15 porta potties. Porta potties are my favorite example.
right,
But
right.
it says a plan for providing adequate sanitation facilities in town. So what I would recommend, and what Scott and I have talked about, is a plan for providing a local ticket option.
Are we good? I
And
mean,
then that plan, we can call out more. It could say San Miguel residents. It could say other stuff, but that's how this is currently structured, in a way that allows them to submit a plan for approval and discussion.
Yeah, and it's whether we're happy being more generic and flexible versus hard numbers. Ma'am?
Well, I think we put this local ticket policy in play, and it really was, for the most part, last year that we really saw it in actuality, in practice. And I don't know that we've got enough data and history to get more specific than we are right now, because I think this is going to be an evolving process. And I think keeping it looser for now, at least for the next year, maybe 2 years, will give us more information so that we actually do know. Because I think there are certain things like, yes, the bluegrass policy very much was taken advantage of by locals, but Telluride Film Festivals, local tickets weren't necessarily, grabbed as quickly. And so I don't think that we're going to be able to get to something that is going to make sense as a policy quite yet. I think keeping maybe this as like a little bit of a beta test for the next few years and see where we need to go, and just reevaluating it year over year until we can get to something where an actual policy can be created with data, as opposed to us kind of pulling things out of the air as to what we think would potentially work best. And we all work events, so unfortunately, for better or worse, I think Stephanie's got a lot of voices that we all feel like we know what we're doing, but I think that in this particular set of circumstances, we just need to let this evolve until we can get it to something that really will work long-term.
So still add it to the code, but in a more general way.
Mhm.
Yeah, just a concern to think about, if you don't specify a minimum percentage or a minimum amount of ticket numbers, then it really leaves it to that organizer to define what that local ticket option will be. So let's just say it's 250. If they offer 250 on a 12,000 person event festival, they could say that's our local ticket option, 250. And if you don't have a code provision that calls out what that minimum percentage should be, then they've complied. It may not have met the intent that you thought you were trying to achieve by doing that.
The contract in the code?
Well, we've had contractual provisions, I think, that have addressed this, but what we're talking about is codifying that there shall be a requirement for the event promoter to offer a local ticket option. You just leave it broad. Or you could say that would have an advanced sale component for locals of 10%. And then if that is not sold out, then that could go back to the general pool at that
And
point.
if-
Minimum,
it-
yeah.
Minimum, right?
Yeah, like a minimum of 10%.
Right.
So
Um,
1,200 on a 12,000.
Because otherwise
person
it could
festival.
be 2% and they could satisfy it, or 1% and they could satisfy it.
I'm okay either way, because if one guy wants to be the bad apple that spoils, the pie, then we'll readdress it and put the hammer down, basically. So I'm okay open-ended, but if we want to set a basic floor of, 10%, 5%, I mean, I don't know if we're prepared for that number. That's my challenge with picking a number without getting feedback from the festivals at a variety of sizes and a variety of types. We're equating this to just one festival kind of, and it's probably not fair for everybody else based on their track record of sales and capacity. I think we can revisit it. So I'm more in favor kind of for me and suggestion for now.
Well, if the locals tickets don't sell, then they can go to the general public, right? Like if we have a minimum of 1,200 tickets held and only 900 get bought, then those extra 300 go in the general ticket sales. So it's not like the festival's losing out.
That's currently how the programs worked last year, I would say, when council previously approved new or changed major events. I saw different ways of doing that they had to remain at the box office for locals only. But I think once again, with talking about an advanced sale, I guess let us know what the preference is for a minimum percentage or keeping it broad, because I think staff knows what your goals are and can check in with you annually also on how do you want to define a local, what percentage do you want to see, that kind of thing. And we are gathering data, as Ian said, for only 1 year into everybody other than Bluegrass offering something.
I want to move this part of the discussion on. We're getting a little behind. It's important, but before I take a straw poll, is there anybody else in the audience that would like to comment on this? I know we have a hand up on remote. If you can unmute Mr. Tooley, that would be great.
Hi, Doug Tooley, Mountain Village resident and regional event, Telluride event participant when I can. I would just like to, there's a question on the table that I think needs to be made clear. Do that, and there are some assumptions as well that I'd like to clarify. And then lastly, address the subject of increasing the event-specific facilities in the park, improving those facilities to reduce the local impact and lower the cost to the event promoters, although that would be at the expense of some of the current vendors, but a good public investment. Dan Enright raised the question of a threshold over 3,000, and I think it makes sense to at least be thinking about a 6,000 event threshold. The two things that would come to mind as possible events in that category that would also reduce the costs to the organizers would be a resumption of the Ride Festival, and then say a winter event of some sort, maybe something at Chair 7 that would be over 3,000 people, snow event over 3,000 people. Of course, the impacts to the residents, the neighboring residents to the park are a big unstated factor and an important one in the discussion. However, if we can improve the facility to where those impacts are lessened, going to that 6,000 person threshold to something that will work. Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Then, it's been my impression that the 12,000 for Bluegrass, that's really a historical limit and nobody else is going to get it. Ought to be. 9,000 just capacity in the park. Personally, although I'm kind of a bluegrass vibe kind of guy, and I've volunteered there before, it's not worth it to me. I know I'm not a tarp runner. I just come in for a few hours, and it's too crowded. Can't even dance in there at 12,000. It obviously works for lots of people. It doesn't work for me. And then just finally to close on those facilities, improving the fencing, establishing additional bathrooms. I don't know what service level, but the reduced porta potty impact. Good.
Okay. Unfortunately, your time's up, but we think we've got the gist of your comments. Thank you so much for chiming in. Stephanie, I'll let you address anything, but my opinion is we haven't heard from certain events that cost is a problem and that we have events at 6,000 people. And then as of more facilities in Town Park, we have to keep in mind that it is a multi-use park with multiple uses, and continuing to chip away at that footprint with permanent types of things it lessens our flexibility. I don't know if Stephanie, you have anything to add?
Multi-use.
Yeah. We encourage everyone to talk to us at any size if they have a date in mind and it works for the community with the proper channels of Parks and Rec in case. So I don't want to just have the appearance of shutting anyone down, and going through that proper process. If there's no other comments to add to the ticketing discussion, I'd just love to straw poll to help Stephanie out. Do you in favor of a percentage or a little bit more loose? And I'll just go around just to try to help direction.
I would like a minimum, even if it's like a low minimum, just something that gives us a guideline
Okay.
for locals.
I'm neutral on it. I would go with the group. I don't think anybody's gonna try and pull one over on us, so keeping it general seems okay. Philosophically, I'd like a minimum, but I could go either way.
I'm completely online with Geneva. I'm good with it because we have great partners. And if that changes, we can readdress it. So I prefer loose, but also sympathetic to the percentage.
I'd like to keep it loose for now.
I'm neutral. I think that having a minimum is just clearer. It just makes it easier. So that would be the only reason why I would lean towards that, is because it's like, here's the base, you can always go up from there. So that would be my only suggestion, but I really don't have strong feelings.
Yeah, I align pretty closely with Ashley on this one, I would say. I think a minimum helps provide clarity, but I also feel that we can express some trust and some willingness to collaborate with our partners in the festival industry. So.
Okay. And then lastly, so we can wrap this up.
Can I just say on the local ticket, we're talking about 6 events, and staff can check in with those events ahead of the next round and just see if they have any strong feelings either way on the minimum versus non-minimum too.
Awesome.
Okay.
And then lastly, just to wrap up, final thoughts on overall capacity in terms of bluegrass.
I think paired with the local ticket option, I'm okay with 12,000.
Great. Geneva?
I feel like I said my piece already, but I might be on an island. Fine.
Yeah, it's funny. I had some concerns with it. And what ultimately leads me to believe 12,000 is okay is that we didn't see any strong opinions out of town to think it impacted us negatively to go from 11,500 to 12,000. And then I trust Planet Bluegrass, although my personal opinion may be it's too crowded when the people go back into the food court. But that's their responsibility and their job to manage the experience with their guests. And so I'm okay with it.
I agree with you. I think that's a business decision as to whether or not you want the additional 500 people and the impacts on your guest experience. So, but I actually don't know that I feel comfortable going past 11.5 at this point in time. I think there is just some other data that I would maybe like to see as far as really, and it's about the information that we're kind of been pulling as far as like fee structure, et cetera, economic impacts. I think if we make this decision, we can't take it back easily. And I don't I don't feel like we should be making this decision until we can make it in a way that's completely fully educated and vetted. So I would be more comfortable keeping everything at 11.5 right now and committing for the next year to getting all the information that we would want to see in order to make that a permanent decision in the future.
I actually feel like we have a proof of concept with Bluegrass and how they've handled that increase. That increase was granted to them because their festival was selling out and they wanted to accommodate locals. So that was the impetus for this, was there was an outcry that their festival had sold out so quickly and none of the locals were able to get their tickets in time. And so then the capacity was increased to accommodate that. And I feel like they've done a good job and worked with Parks and Rec to, minimize those impacts. And I think we have excellent staff that can give direction on if there are places that it's falling short, and they should be giving that direction. They should be saying, hey, you need more of this, or we need, less time in the park, whatever that is. And I trust them to do that. So I think that we should allow the increase to 12,000 with a local ticket.
I'll try and keep it brief since I already stated my opinion, but I agree with Teddy's comments that staff has not presented us with reasonable concerns, and I know that they are monitoring the things that we would likely be concerned with in regards to carrying capacity, to use that buzzword. And I view so many of the decisions we take as council in terms of trade-offs. There are certainly trade-offs with going to 12,000 people. But in my mind, the benefits and in the context of providing a local ticket options, the trade-offs are worth it in this context.
So Stefan, I'm not sure how much we helped you. Kevin, I saw your.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify because we'll start drafting the language. I think what we're hearing is the new max then would be 12,000. And I think you would take out the language that going from the 11.5 to 12 required the local ticket option, because you're also codifying the local ticket option across the board for the medium and the major festivals. So I just want to make sure we got that right.
And keeping 3 levels, nothing in between medium and major.
Correct.
That would affect the admission fee, a lot of other stuff. I agree, Kevin, and just on time frame, since I heard you want input from Parks and Rec Commission on capacity level. And also input on facility use time per event size. I'm still not seeing how that gets into this code, but we can have that discussion with them and present it back to you. I think this would push your first reading to March, because Parks and Rec Commission meets the day after your next meeting. So does
That's
that
okay.
affect anything?
Yeah, I think we could still get this through though, because you have a March 12th meeting and then you have another one, I think in April before spring break. If I'm not mistaken, looking at
Yeah,
the
we're hoping
calendar.
to have some of the contracts executed by then, but we can talk about updating the exhibit.
And
Yeah.
the only other thing I'd ask for, just make sure we got it right. For the local ticket option, we've been traditionally defining that as San Miguel County residents. Just want to make sure that that's the nomenclature, the term you would want to be using.
Or is that the level of detail that you want to leave up to the plan? I mean, I keep looking at the screen like Scott's there, but we talked at the staff level yesterday about that a bit for how with the workforce and the town of Telluride's workforce specifically, whether some other areas should be included in that. And so if you want to be less detailed on that as we're working with events and learning more, and then that could be at the plan level. Scott, you want to weigh in?
Yeah, that's certainly an area we've heard a fair amount of local feedback on is, gee, I spend all my days here. I work here in town. I really, am excited about getting to go to some of these concerts, but I live in Rico or I live in Ridgeway, but, I spend most of my time in Telluride. So that's been an important point. Again, to Stephanie's detail, not sure if we want to address that right now, but it's certainly an important talking point for what we would call community members for sure.
I think loose works. I mean, there might be a point in time in the future where we have to delineate it. If we see the use of local tickets going up, but it's hard to, if we're just not going to say, our purview, town of Telluride, and then go to the county, and then you're right. If you're from Rico or Ridgeway or, of
So if it-
Montrose County on the west end and you're part of this community, but someone from Montrose can argue that. They work here 5 days a week. And so loose is fine, I think, till it's a problem, unless anyone on council feels differently.
So for example, if an event said we want to offer it to San Miguel County and the surrounding counties, but we're gonna have a large amount available, that would sound reasonable to staff, that it's meeting the goals even more inclusively. If they were gonna say that and then have the bare minimum available, then staff might weigh in on that. So that's where keeping it loose and letting events if events want to be more generous than what we might be requiring, that's always okay too.
Can I just be a devil's advocate a little bit on this, just because I don't know if you guys remember like when Fish came to Telluride and that the like big like lead up to that, and they were gonna have local tickets for sale, and they had this whole thing where it was like, you know, you had to show that you had residency, and you had to, like, if your ID didn't say that you lived in Telluride, then you had to bring in like utilities. The world that we live in now, unfortunately, is like, there are people that take advantage of like systems like that to buy tickets at like these sales and then go and sell them and try and make a bunch of money, and it kind of defeats the purpose of it. So I just was thinking about that I don't know how, again, I think that being more open, because it's hard to define when somebody is a local, and it's even hard for, you know, people that work here. It's like, am I local? Am I not? So, but I do know that if it's too broad, it might defeat the purpose of what we're trying to protect, is my only push back a little, just to be a devil's advocate a little.
I tend to totally agree with that concern, but I think that they are checking ID or lease or utility bill, but this question more has to do with what addresses are included in that. So do we want to include Montrose County, Ouray County, Dolores County in our requirements, or leave it up to them? I think it'd be great if people who work here every day or live nearby and want to have a great weekend in the tourist destination nearby, I would love to invite to buy locals tickets.
I agree. And if we think it becomes a problem, then we can address it later. I mean, the Fish is a great example, but it's also one of the few examples where we know who's performing and what the demand is before they go on sale. And now it's more of a holistic kind of deal, and scalpers typically don't do very well on the festivals.
I tend to agree with Geneva. I think if the whole idea is we're increasing capacity or looking at capacity because it is not as much of a strain on our community, because people are locals and have homes here. If you're commuting to work, you can commute to a festival. I think the same metrics apply.
So we can keep it loose for now. Everyone's good with that?
Sounds good. I just wanted to throw it out there.
No,
Yeah.
and I
That's a good
actually
point.
agree. I tend to agree with Ashley as well. I mean, I think it's a hard conversation, right? But one of the reasons we have this ticket policy is because of the direct impacts of the people that are paying for the park being able to utilize it. And so I think I mean, if we're like broadening this to Montrose County, you know, that's a big population base that we're adding into this mix. And I'm worried about putting it in, you know, what Kevin's drafting, if we're gonna have to like revisit it in a year. And that's sort of why I feel like this needs to be a looser policy right now as we like tweak and test everything.
So the way I'm understanding a looser requirement is to provide a local ticket option and not define what local is, have that defined at the plan level, and making sure that the staff approval that the plan and the how they're defining a local and what they're offering are gonna work together. And maybe it's at a minimum San Miguel County residents if we.
That's what I was
if we
just gonna
have to
say.
go. We're doing a lot of minimums.
Yeah.
If we say at a minimum, the R1 school district or San Miguel County or whatever,
We
but they
can,
can do more.
and we can always readdress it if it becomes a problem, just like everything else.
So would you like a minimum in there?
I like minimum of the county.
I like minimum.
Minimum of the county?
I'm okay with it.
And then, sorry, I'm just gonna backtrack one more time. When we are talking about the impact of increasing tickets, we've been talking very specifically about the impact on the park itself and the things that that Parks and Rec are tracking and codifying, but we're not talking about the impacts like more broadly. So like, for example, if those 500 tickets, if we're sold out as far as lodging goes in the town of Telluride and they're all taking the gondola, that's an additional 30-minute delay if everybody's leaving after the headlining act. And so I think, our job beyond everything else is to ensure that we're keeping our economic engine running. And so I think when we start talking about increasing tickets, we have to talk about the whole picture, which is why I said, I feel like we don't have enough information to make that determination on a permanent basis right now. I think our backs were against the wall twice, last year and the year before, in order to support our local community, but I don't want to use that as the reasoning for why it's okay when we were trying to Band-Aid a solution. And I would like us looking at the overall economic picture in the region when we're adding these additional bodies into the mix for all of these festivals. So I just wanted to make sure I said that.
And that level of review and thought is beyond Parks and Rec Commission and beyond CASE. So when these new events or changed events come up to the council level, that is where we talk about wastewater, we talk about law enforcement, we talk about regional impacts, that type of stuff. So this is the right place for that. And I don't ever want that to happen at the lower boards because that's not their purview. So I guess maybe offline, you can tell me more about some of the additional information that would help with that, to be sure we're compiling that.
Ellen, it will be the last comment. I'll allow so we can move on, but go
Okay.
ahead.
I just, to respond to your comment, because I do agree, and that's why for me, the increase has to go hand in hand with the locals ticket option. And I was the only one who's really adamant about having a minimum for local tickets. Gonna propose this, what if the minimum is tied to that increase? Like the minimum's 500 people, 500 tickets, because that's what we're increasing it to. So we at least know that that increase is gonna come from our local community. So it's not putting as much strain on the town infrastructure.
We're requiring a local ticket option for all festivals, whether or not they go up to 12,000.
Right. But like if we're kind of looking at these things hand in hand and the concern is about putting more stress on our town infrastructure, if the amount of locals tickets we're requiring is directly tied to that increase.
Are you saying that like if a festival comes in and says, I want to go from a 3,000 person festival to a 3,500 person festival, we would say the only increase that you can make is in locals tickets? So if you were selling 300 local tickets, now you can, if you want to go up 500, you have to sell all of them as local tickets? Is that what you're saying?
I mean, it's something I'm throwing out there. Maybe it only applies to like the kind of 9,000 to 12,000 range, but I think that that's where the minimum of local tickets comes into play. Because if a festival is only offering, 200 locals tickets, then we are straining our infrastructure. And that's where my concern about not having a minimum comes into the conversation.
Right. But if we do it loose, we can always revisit it in the future based on what learning the impacts. And that was kind of the point. I think for the majority, it's tough because we're hit with two things, right? We're hit with 12,000 in bluegrass, but then if we're okay with 11,500 or 12,000, then why should Blues and Brews be penalized at 9? That doesn't,
I don't
that's,
think they're penalized. They choose 9.
they choose 9, right? But if they wanted to go higher, all of a sudden, then they have to sell tickets to the locals and then, and
And do a
so,
barricade and
yeah,
regional
and all that
parking
other
and
stuff.
camping,
Yeah. I just prefer to keep it loose for now and that doesn't close the door on us reevaluating things.
Okay, I think I have direction and we'll be back in March after chatting some of these items over with Parks and Rec in February 21st. I'll invite you all to participate in that discussion, especially related to the facility use component of it.
Great.
Thank you.
Stephanie, thanks for being in the hot seat so long. I appreciate it. Moving on to item 1C, discussion regarding proposed amendments to the summer parklet design guidelines. And we have Ron Quarles here to present this item.
Thank you, Mayor and Town Council. Continue our summertime and Telluride discussion. Let me share my screen. So, discussion today is really, we're trying to seek your direction for the use of the public rights of way, the streets of Telluride for the outdoor dining, using the parklet structures. You may remember back during the pandemic, the town instituted emergency measures to allow for outdoor dining on public streets, parking areas, various locations in town that we would normally not permit that kind of use. It was a liberal application to allow for the restaurants to survive during the pandemic. We weren't unique from or from other communities across the country that opened up the streets and opened up areas for outdoor dining. However, when the pandemic subsided, there was the question, should we continue to allow these parklets or these areas on the street for outdoor dining? In March of 2022, Town Council adopted Resolution 3, establishing policies and practices for continuing the allowance of our public streets, public rights of way for outdoor dining with these parklet structures, specifically for outdoor dining, not for other types of retail uses. Staff applied the resolution. We developed a packet for the use of the public and for the specific use of the restaurants to apply for these parklet uses on public rights of way. Since that was approved by the town council, we've had 2 summers where parklets have been constructed in the rights of way. 7 of those parklets last year were located on Colorado Avenue. The period that we determined would be the best during the summertime would be from the 3rd Wednesday of May to the last day of October, which seems to have worked in the last 2 years. We've also had off Colorado parklets on Pine Street, First Street, Oak Street, and Pacific Avenue. So the question is, and what we'd like to hear from the town council is your instructions or your direction as to where we should go in the future. When this was adopted as a resolution, it was kind of discussed as a test period or a trial run for these parklets. Over the 2 years, we've heard a lot of comments, and I'm just going to throw these comments out. I'm not attributing them to any particular person or any group. These are just comments that we've heard. Debris and material is left in the street when the parklets are removed in October, which causes a problem. Canopy enclosures affect traffic visibility at intersections. The canopy structures in general are unattractive. Parklets should be able to extend the width of the businesses regardless of the parking space. That's a concern that's been identified on Colorado Avenue. Fees and construction costs are too high. And the fees are based on what it would cost for a permit to park during that time. I think we calculated it 167 days generally. Parklets should be wholly within a parking space and not a fraction of a parking space. The intent was that these parklets would occupy the full parking space, but we've learned through the experience in the last 2 years that some of the parklets take up one parking space and a fraction of another parking space, which wasn't really the intent when we designed this. Parklets are limited to the outdoor dining uses and not used for other venues. Comment and concern that's been addressed or been identified. Parklets should be available for other venues, such as outdoor music. Off Colorado parklets should be allowed at the same 10-foot width as the parklets that are on Colorado. We allow for a 10-foot width on Colorado, 8 feet width off of Colorado. All parklets should do a better job avoiding the storm gutters. Parklets on streets are unsafe. Parklets are ugly. That's been identified, so we're including it. Parklets interfere with balloon glow. Balloon glow, I think, starts in June, or it's in the month of June. So that's an issue for some of the parklet users who want to install them before balloon glow. Vehicle emissions don't make for good dining. And loss of summer parking on streets. Significant administrative time for staff. This does involve the town attorney, town clerk's office, planning and building. It's it does involve a lot of time on staff's part. There's a concern double dipping. Some of the restaurants that have outdoor dining on sidewalks are also being allowed to use the street. Other issues that are more positive, and I've heard this from tourists, we love them. We need them for the summer business. That's sentiment from the restaurants. And also, we've spent so much on materials that we hope to continue this in the future. I just want to throw those comments out just for your consideration, and you may have some other concerns that you'd like to discuss, but I'd like to receive your direction on how we should go with this from the ultimate decision. Should we terminate it, or should we allow it to continue, or should we make some changes to it? And with that, that's my presentation. I'm glad to.
Great. Thanks so much, Ron. I did a great job quantifying it all, including the comments. Does anybody have questions specific to Ron based on that presentation?
Could we leave the less positive comments up on the screen so we can take a look at them?
What are the total number of parklets that we have in the town of Telluride, and what's the equivalent parking spaces that are occupied by them?
So we have, last year we had 11 parklets. Most of them were one parking space or one and a fraction of a parking space. And we had, I think, 3 that had actually two full parking spaces. So quantifiably, that's about 20 parking spaces that we're losing, not all on Colorado Avenue. Some on Pacific, some on Third.
My first initial reaction to the issue or the comment that it's a problem that half of the parking spot is taken up by a parklet, not a full, is that I think that they're utilized by bikes, motorcycles, scooters, and we need parking for those kinds of vehicles on Main Street too. So that one I can't get on board with. I think that 1.5 is fine because it's still usable parking on Main Street.
And I think we actually need more.
Right, I would
More of
prefer
that.
to have.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And if you did a 1.5, would you still charge the business for 2?
I think they should pay for the amount of, the proportion of what the spot would make, which is I think what we do, right?
Right.
So if it's 50% of what that parking space would have made.
Right, then you pay that.
Yeah.
Knowing,
We don't make scooters pay for parking though.
Right.
So if it's eating up half a space, that is essentially eating up a whole parking space, because we don't charge motorcycles or scooters, correct?
I think that's a good point, but it's also, we want people to use bicycles to get around town instead of driving. And so it goes along with our eco action plan to be encouraging and providing free parking for
Electric vehicles.
non-cars.
But we had bike parking in parking spots prior to Parklet's existence.
They're just all full.
Yeah, and they're like, they don't allow, actually, so one of my notes, this is a good segue, is about the rubber buffers and the 4-foot kind of distance that we have. I would love to see, instead of the rubber buffers, bike racks as buffers on the ends of parklets, because right now it's just empty space, and that seems like a waste of space. So if we could have a 4-foot bike rack to kind of be the safety buffer.
I would agree, except you cannot get people to use the bike rack as intended, and you're gonna end up with spillover. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, they're not, it doesn't ever be that like everyone uses the bike rack in the correct way and puts their bikes in nicely. It's not gonna do the intended use, I think. People will
I
just
think the
fill it.
spillover is because we don't have enough bike parking. And if we had more bike racks adjacent to the parklets, it could help accommodate more bikes so that people wouldn't be forced to put their bike in a place that's not a rack. Because that's ultimately the problem, is we have more bikes than bike racks. And I actually dealt with this. I tried to get a bike rack when I used to own a shop on Main Street, and the town wouldn't allow me a bike rack, but our patio was always like covered in bikes. And they said that I couldn't have a bike rack because it would take up a parking spot. So now we have this situation where we're kind of like ending up with some like half parking spots. And I feel like there's an opportunity to solve another problem that we have.
So we'd probably want to have the buffer in combination with bike racks, because the buffer is intended for safety, I guess, to separate the parklet from the vehicle traffic or from parking.
Mhm.
So that's a good point, though.
Yeah, but no, it's a good point, and Scott's got his hand up, so if we can call on him to chime in, that'd be great.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Just along this discussion point, I did want to add in that kind of goes hand in hand with this dialogue around how we set parklets up in the future, or some of these little nuances that with Public Works and our planning teams later this winter, we do plan on doing kind of a full Main Street walk, if you will, and survey of where all of our existing bike racks have been, where some of the permanent ones are year round, the setup of the various benches as well, and really take a full look at how we can improve upon for this summer our overall bike parking setup and bench articulation, so that we can open up sidewalks a little better in some core areas. To all of your point, add bike parking, not reduce bike parking, and find the best and safest way to set those up in the niches with the parklet. So I just want to mention that kind of more of a comprehensive Main Street look and kind of reassessment will be happening along with this parklet discussion.
Great. Thank you, Scott. We'll hold public comment off till we get further along. Ellen, okay.
So I also had another note, and it's about number 3 on the parking guidelines. I think that I'm pro parklet. I really like parklets, just to preface this. But we do allow for the option for parklets to extend in front of other businesses if the tenant approves it. And I do feel like that is maybe an overstep of how we should allow for these parklets. I think parking is a concern. And by having that in our guidelines, we're kind of opening up the option for these businesses to take up more parking spaces than the footprint of their businesses. And I think that is something that I would suggest that we revisit, because I understand that was probably added in the wake of COVID and it felt necessary, but right now parking feels really necessary. So I would like to not allow for the option to extend in front of neighboring businesses. I think it should just be maximum the footprint of the business storefront that we're allowing the parklet for.
I would echo that I agree that it seems odd to have a store that's, 20 feet wide and then to have the place where people can consume their goods be, 30 or 40 feet larger on the street. So I think just perspective, it just looks better.
And it may not be fair. It's more of who's lucky enough to have it, to have a neighbor that will work with them versus one who won't. So
Yeah.
that will help that too, I think.
I have a question about, or just want to get people's feelings, because it's something that I kind of take notice of in town a lot with the parklets, is it sometimes feels like they take up a lot of space, but only a few businesses are truly like utilizing that space where it's actually like is overflow. You do see people sitting out there versus other or other businesses that have parklets where they remain empty a large majority of the time, whether that's because of their operating hours or just their general popularity as a business. And I just want to know how people feel about that it's, some are super busy and getting used and others just aren't.
Yeah. Go ahead, Dan.
Thank you. And in my opinion, I hear you and I agree. And my opinion on that is it's up to the businesses to then analyze, are the fees that they're paying and the cost of the construction and materials then worth it for them? And I think as we continue to go through this process, those who it's not will continue to back out and not utilize it. But I absolutely see, and I know there's a couple people here to speak that it is absolutely very essential or very beneficial to them. And I believe the town as well, with the increase of tax revenue and the collections of the fees. And I think that with the system that we have set up, it'll self-select a little bit for the businesses that don't get utilized. Well, they're going to continue to run that calculus and see that, well, I'm spending all this money and not really getting an additional return because I have unutilized space in my physical business itself. And then so that's where I don't think it's necessarily up for us to be like, well, you have to use it this amount, or I don't know what else.
Well, I think that what you're saying too, I think that that's difficult for us. I think it was just more of like a general question. I would say though, that it's like, maybe we need to look at the fees and make sure that, the 17, I understand the fee. I understand how we came to the fee number, but retail commercial space in Telluride is very expensive. And if you were to try and rent an office or, a commercial space of that same size, you would not be paying the fees that we have set up. That's the thing, is it doesn't seem super comparable. It seems like while it is expensive on one end, it also doesn't seem expensive on the other. So to me, it's like the few days a year when it is really busy in town and your business would see the spike, that probably covers the cost of these, in those kind of minimal times, but then there's still an obstruction or a parking nuisance the rest of the year. I guess it's like,
I think,
Hold on,
The
I'll get
question.
me in.
I think it would be nice, as this project, as this initiative continues to have that data point. What the true economic impact of these parklets are on our sales tax revenue, on our businesses. I think it's really important that we do, this is a seasonal economy and it is incredibly important that we support our businesses, but like how effective this truly is for them is something that I think that we need to know, because there are trade-offs that we are, that we're kind of looking at as we keep this moving along. And I think it's something that I've definitely questioned quite a bit, because I see the same thing. I see a lot of parklets that seem very empty. My office is on Main Street. I'm on Main Street all the time. Frantically trying to park my bike. So I think for us to be able to know what that actually looks like would be hugely helpful moving forward. I do think that we need some sort of stronger design review process for the aesthetics of these parklets. I think if we are trying to be the destination that we are trying to be, there are some major gaps in the visuals, and we are so stringent with every other whatever nail that's used in any sort of construction, renovation, storefront, that it only makes sense for us to apply the same process to the parklets, because that is what people see when they're walking down our historic Main Street. And I think that we really do need it to be reflective of what the standards we hold everybody else to. And then everybody that was on council before has heard me say this, but I very, very strongly believe that these parklets should not be impacting an event, a historic event that has been on that Main Street for decades. And that we really do need to protect the ability for the Balloon Glow to continue to be on Main Street without interference from the parklets. I think last year, Marilyn's here, so she can speak to this, but I believe they had to drop at least 25% of their balloons because the parklet owners would not accommodate that festival. And we have, for as long as I've been in this town, held very strongly to historic usage as a process and as a policy. And I don't like that we are skipping that and penalizing one festival and taking away their historic right to utilizing a space in town for another business. So I think it would have been lovely to see everybody work together to make the Balloon Glow continue for years and years, just as it always has been. But I do believe that we need to set a very specific time when parklets can be constructed and when they will be deconstructed, so that we can manage that process for everyone.
I agree with that. And I'm curious to hear more from Marilyn about what the conflicts were. I also think logistically, to try and install the parklets after like our season has essentially started is tricky. And I think that just creates another kind of like bottleneck of chaos. And then also, I think it's important to keep in mind that we do have like one of our bigger festivals right before Balloon Fest. So the parklets do aid in Mountain Film.
Oh,
So the parklets really do help with that crowd. And I can really speak to the experience here because I think I'm the only one who's actually had a parklet. And it really helps serve it helps serve the crowds that we get that are starting to come before Balloon Fest. So I don't really know. And I love Balloon Fest. I like, I'm with you there. Marilyn knows too. But I do think there is a concern of like trying to pop up parklets like in the week between Balloon Fest and Bluegrass Festival. That sounds awful as a business owner. So I think that's something that
right.
Marilyn, can you speak to the issue directly with,
You want me to stand up and do it?
I would love for you to stand up and do it.
I was going to, but I was waiting for public comment.
No, maybe no, because this is helpful for our discussion because this is a specific example to clarify as we move forward.
Thanks to Ron for letting me know this was happening. Actually, I have had complaints with regards to Balloon Glow. Well, they don't always glow because of weather. We're weather permitting. This is our 40th year this year. And the Balloon Glow brings approximately 3,000 to 3,500 people out on the street. And I love the parklets also. I think my specific thing, we're June 1st for our Balloon Glow this year. I've talked to the various restaurants that are impacted and gotten various things. I've asked if they could take their umbrellas down because the inflation of the balloon takes up the whole street and the sidewalk. A lot of the sidewalk. I've talked to people in their parklets and warned them that there's going to be a balloon inflating here. It may get close to you, etc. And that's the only time, but I'm specifically asking if there's any chance at the Pine Street intersection. There's 3 parklets involved that will be, I'm assuming the Grand is going to go for a parklet. It used to be Hi-Fi, Floridora, and Brown Dog. if they could at least bring cover points on the fencing, bring umbrellas down, not have anything spiky, so we can use that intersection. I'm not gonna worry about Butcher and the Baker farther down the street or Steamy Bean, or not Steaming Bean, that's not anymore, Steamy's. It's so much, and even the bookstore.
Great. So to quantify, it's not so much the structure of the parklet, it's more the covering of the parklet, because I think that's two totally different
Yeah.
things. And to protect an historic event, I think that's,
Bring the umbrellas down for that period of time.
got it. Okay, that's much easier for us to understand. Thank you very much for clarifying, Marilyn. As long as, that makes it, I think, a little less challenging. That if we protect an event that is very unique to Telluride and very unique to lots of resort communities by just asking for the restaurants to cooperate for one night. I think that's incredibly reasonable versus constructing a whole different one. So I would like to see that happen. I want to try to summarize kind of where we're going because it's pretty open-ended for now for a work session. First, I want to kind of make sure that it already sounds like we're all in favor that we would like to continue the parklets. Nobody's against that. That's step one. And then I think step two that we've talked about, which I don't think we can comment much further on, is trying to get a better idea of fees, not only for the restaurateurs, but for the town, based on it being based on parking, and is that too high, too low? And then what the impact of sales tax and being a tourism based and local based amenity. That's pretty cool. I think we can agree on that, but probably tough to make a decision because we don't have that information. Is that fair for everybody?
I guess so. I mean, we hear from some restaurateurs that the fees are too high and for some they're fine and negligible. So whatever we base those fees on, it's gonna be a different impact to different businesses.
And I do think, to follow up on what Geneva said, I think if a restaurant feels like the fees are too high, then it's not worth it for them to have a parklet, and that's a decision they have to make. I would even say that the fees could be higher, like just based on my own experience, the amount of extra revenue that was generated from having that space is insane. So anyone who's saying that the fees are too high, probably that's a problem with
It's a sign.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Or
think
it's
that's-
philosophical. I think that
Yeah.
a lot of people think it's
But I do agree that, to Ashley's point, all of the pricing in these restaurants is based on what it costs to rent commercial Main Street, or not even Main Street, to rent commercial space in Telluride, and the parklet is way under what it would cost to rent more square footage in your restaurant. So if that math isn't working out, I don't think that's because of our fees.
And I agree 100% with both of your comments. I think that's right on. And if we want to address it further based on where we're at and where we might be in the future, we can do that once we have more data. I think it's tough to decide where we're at and if it's fair or not fair, just more holistically. We like it, it's going to happen. And we can, to kind of, looking at the summer of 2024, probably use that hopefully as a model for trying to get some hard data. So we can, have this discussion in more finite matter, maybe this time next year.
Yeah, I would say I think Mian said some really good stuff about like the visuals of these parklets. And I think that, to me, the parklets didn't exist until a couple years ago. We're not talking about like this is a historical.
Ron, can you pull up the one picture of the variety of?
Yeah,
I
or a
agree.
plethora of parklets.
Yeah, I agree 100%.
It's like, I think that we need to I think that the parklet should be viewed as a huge privilege and not a right. And so if we're going to be as a town, like allowing specific businesses, because it's not available to every business. I can't, take my Main Street, office up in the New San Juan building and put a parklet out and put my desk outside. So it's like, it's specific. I think that it has to be, wouldn't that be great though? So adorable. I think that like I said, this should be a privilege and that it should be in the it should be enhancing to all aspects of our community. And that, you know, the businesses that are taking advantage of this privilege should be excited to, you know, work with us and make a uniform and appropriate, historically appropriate, or however we want to go there, look. And, you know, I personally I don't love the pop-ups, like.
I think it comes down to the
don't like-
canopies, because
I-
looking at
I don't-
they've improved
I
over the past
agree.
few years. Wood and metal, like these are the materials that we like around here, and it really seems like it's just the canopy that's the issue.
Correct.
So we should address that but I don't think we should be asking people that, oh, this is the only look or this is the only design of the wood and steel that we want, and so you need to buy a whole new parklet. I feel like
No.
the restaurants have stepped it up to this, and we just need to decide on
It's
canopies.
just,
It's canopy.
It's head cover.
And I think we gotta, and I think we have to be a little, as someone who's almost lost an eyeball many times, I think we have to be cognizant of the umbrella or whatever covering is that sticks out over the railing. Because as traffic's rolling by and you're rolling by on your bike, and then the umbrella.
Well, the wind shifts and
I've
then.
Wind
caught one
shifts.
flying away
Yeah.
before too, and no
It's
one's
a
out
lot.
there.
Yeah, so I'd like to keep that in mind, but I don't know what the design guideline answer would be. And I know we're here for,
Say
you
no
know,
canopies.
could say no canopies and.
I think we could also limit some colors. Like, I think if we kind of decide that we want to stick within like a palette, so we're not, you know, with some more of these like kind of neon fluorescent-y tones.
Plasticky looking one.
Yeah.
Do we do that for Main Street facades?
No.
No, right?
No, we don't
Mm.
regulate
Materials.
color.
Not
Right.
color.
Okay, I'm overstepping, sorry.
No, I mean,
That's
it's
great.
not-
It's a good discussion because I think realistically for the work session, we're all in favor of moving, you know, keeping it and just being better with it and learning some more data and making it look more attractive. And I don't know, and I don't know, are there any other concerns with the parklets? Because I want to get public comment and then try to wrap this up.
I'm not in favor of expanding the non-Main Street, the non-Colorado Ave to 10 feet. That was something that was brought up. I think that those streets are already too narrow.
That's just a function of physicality. I
Yeah.
totally agree.
I don't think we can do it.
I think
so
they've also already invested in the construction of ones that
it
fit
have to-
within
yeah,
the.
I think they have to
Yeah,
stay.
so.
Okay. Any other concerns to bring up before we hear from the public?
I just want to say, I think we have to allow canopies of some sort. I agree. The canopies are kind of the aesthetic part that's maybe could use a little refining. Other than that, I think the iterations we got last year, but if you're sitting on a bluebird day on Main Street in full sun for an hour while you eat, you're gonna totally get sunburned at 9,000 feet of elevation. So allowing for some
I think
umbrella
an
parasol.
umbrella instead of
Sure,
easy
yeah,
up.
yeah.
Or
We don't have to get the exact specifics right this
Or a
second,
nice.
but
Just,
yeah.
or
Definitely
and something
have-
nice. Yeah.
So I'm like, color, like, can we say that they have to be like
White.
white or tan or something?
No.
No, I like the color.
It gets into style.
Yeah, no,
and
you're
we
right, you're
shouldn't
right.
do
I'm
that.
sorry.
I think it would be appropriate. Without.
I don't want to call anyone out, but the really bright blue, I think is really tacky, like the tarp blue is,
Mhm.
I like,
yeah, neutral.
They color, but I think this would be great.
Okay.
I think also there's all sorts of shading technology that exists out there. You know, there are the types where you can put them up and they're like stretched across and those are actually anchored down. And like, so those are not gonna, you know, fly away like we see with umbrellas. So I think, you know, if we could do a little research on some options that, you know, if it's a nicer, easy up, maybe, but I would even say like, it's so hard to gauge that, like, just give a couple of options for shade opportunities. But yeah, I think that, you know, the bright blue stuff, it also ventures into like, what happens when your, you know, business colors are neon green? It's just like, I think we should put like a muted tone.
And there has to be some functionality to it because the reality is that weather changes every 5 minutes
Yeah.
in the summer. If we ever have a normal pattern and a restaurateur can't just absorb those people inside. So it has to have some functionality as part of it too. So I don't know if that's just part of their approval process and what they plan on doing. But I'd love to, if someone from the public, whether on Zoom or in the
Scott's got his hand.
We'll go to Scott Robson first.
Yeah, thanks. I just wanted to add a point for our marshals department in particular. When we do talk about canopies and canopy walls, that is where I've had concern expressed from our marshals around vehicular visibility from a safety standpoint, both for bikes, pedestrians, and cars. So I just want to make that point that there is a safety element here to maybe eliminating walls of canopies in particular. And certainly, I think we've got the most beautiful Main Street in America, and so part of this is about bringing back some visibility of Main Street to the aesthetic. And then maybe third, we certainly, when we come back to you, there are more and more mountain town and even European town models where they've begun to put some sidebars on colors. Again, to your points, not mandating specific colors, but maybe mandating a range that keeps us from having the neon yellows or tarp blues out there moving forward. So there are those examples out there that we're happy to bring back when we talk a little more regulation. Just want to mention those.
If you can bring those back to us in a subsequent meeting, I think that would be very helpful for us.
You bet.
And then question for staff. I mean, there is a process where they bring you the design of, so like that, we can just fit that right into that process and that's easily
Yes.
done. So we're not asking them to purchase something that they would not be able to utilize for any reason. So if we,
Yeah, I mean, we review them weeks before they actually install. So if there's a problem, we'll identify that pretty quickly.
perfect.
Yeah, I
Great.
think that having those walls up too, we have beautiful historic buildings that we have spent a lot of time and money and passion to preserve, and having wall-sided type structures in front of it just totally defeats the purpose, in my opinion.
We might be able to compromise on a clear wall. And it's not a
Mhm.
great look, but it's just, my challenge is trying to figure out, not even so much for the businesses, is for our consumer. I don't care if it's local, second homeowner, or tourist. You're there, you're eating, and the monsoon comes.
But I think that's the nature of outdoor
I think
dining. Like if you
that's
had
how
a
it
patio,
is.
the same thing, would apply. Like the back of 221, they have that gorgeous yard that they set up tables, but if it's raining, you don't sit out there. And I think to some degree, like it's not our job to apologize for the weather and like, I don't know. I think, I don't know if, actually, I don't know how I feel about this, but I do think there is some acknowledgement that it's outdoor dining and the elements are real and sometimes
Right.
rain happens and
It's,
yeah.
It's outdoor dining in the public way. It's not-
right.
Yeah.
I get it. Just the functionality of you're having a cheeseburger and your plate's full of water now.
Run inside real fast.
But I'd love to hear from the public if anyone has comments either on Zoom or in the audience. Please step on up and state your name and
Chris from Brown Dog. So one comment I wanted to throw out early on was the bike rack discussion. Do you mind if we go back? That was my first hand up because Elena brought up a good point about adding bike racks.
Sure.
So we had 2 bike racks. I'm not sure how we got the second one at Brown Dog last year on both sides. We noticed one was unutilized mostly because people were afraid of people hitting their bikes with their cars. If you walk out of Brown Dog on the right, there was parking next to it. We had to keep our rubber buffer 4 feet from our thing, and people would move it to the other side of the bike rack to protect their bikes. It's just something I noticed, and then people would park on the Buck side wherever they could get their bike in and just jam that one full because it was protected. So I would love more bike racks, but that is just something I noticed right off the bat is should they be parallel to the street or perpendicular? Would be a great guideline, and how are they attached and how are the bikes protected from cars? Because, I've seen, I think, every single one of you guys at the Buck with a bike, and, especially the e-bikes, they're expensive. I've watched cars hit bikes, so that'd be a concern right off the bat is more bike parking would be great, but how are you gonna protect them? And is that, those rubber things, can I move it to the other side so you can use it, and does that take away a parking spot? Is that, because I've had the marshals come and say, hey, that can't be there, it's gotta be here, and I'm like, I don't move it, but somebody else does to protect their bike. So just kind of not directly as speaking for Brown Dog, but something I saw last year a lot. And then having to deal with as the manager. Do I have to go out there and move it back to the correct location? Or if people move it to protect their bikes, or is the bike rack not there to be safe? Because, you know, if you've got a $3,000 rad bike, and someone hits it with their car, drives away, are you gonna put your bike there ever again? And then something I want to talk about, kind of moving on to the aesthetics of it, is, so we tried our first year with umbrellas for keeping the weather away. Half of them broke before, I'd say halfway through the summer, because the wind on Main Street and stuff, or they risk blowing away. Like, I've chased them down Main Street before. So we moved to a canopy style thing. Ours did not, we're gonna look to get if we can do them again, a sturdier, better designed one, because ours did not even make it really through bluegrass when the snow came. And it just, you know, it didn't survive well. We would love to invest in a very nice looking one that is, if muted colors is the option, kind of all that stuff for you guys. But we want to also know that if I spend X amount this year, that the guidelines aren't going to change next year, and all of a sudden I've got this gorgeous one that meets your guidelines that I can't afford to get, or I have to go buy another one to meet changing guidelines.
Okay,
So.
great. Thank you so much. Does anyone have any further comments on the topic?
Just quickly on the bike thing, can we just get a second set of those rubber at the vehicle stops, and then put one on one side of the bike and then the other? Because I think we still have to be compliant, right? Like, that you have to have that for safety reasons.
Yeah, and each of the parklets, they're responsible for
Mhm.
purchasing those and installing
Okay.
them. But the town doesn't put those out there.
I mean, maybe we could,
Look, I mean, could,
you know,
for, if it's a safety thing, like, I guess what I was thinking is that feels like wasted space. So my thought is like, could the bike rack be in the buffer zone so that it's not wasted space? But I
Possibly.
hear what you just said. That's a really good point, you know, but maybe there's less of a safety buffer needed for the bikes themselves. Like, we don't need that full 4 feet. And is there a way to better utilize that space? Because seeing the pictures, you know, you just have empty space, and I would love to just put my bike rack or my bike there. And I think, you know, it sounds like we're all on board that the town needs more bike parking, and that just seems like it could be an easy solution.
And I believe that Zoe will be working on a parking plan, and it will
Yeah.
include bikes. Do you want to talk a little bit about that while we're
I-
on the topic?
I think that's, thank you, Mayor. Yes, we're working on a parking study right now, which will also include kind of a lot of your questions on the parking mitigation and the impact of these parklets, along with further space for multimodal like biking. So that's all part of that scope of work, and beyond of what a Main Street and a pedestrian centric Main Street will look like. So we'll have more data on those for future discussions that will be very relevant to the topic. I also do want to mention, because we keep circling around on the safety of the tents and those sort of structures. Scott brought up a really great point of there's plenty of precedent out there from other communities. One of them also just being up the hill, who have a pedestrian plaza and have worked to hone in their design guidelines specifically around this type of infrastructure based off of safety and snow weight and so much more. So I think we could look to our neighbors for some of that guidelines as well.
Great, thank you. If there's not any other comments, Ron, do you have enough to kind of,
Yeah, I might point out that our process begins in March. So that's part of the reason we wanted to get in front of you. We didn't have a lot of time. So if we do modify the guidelines, it might affect our schedule. Might be later than March that we anticipate receiving applications. I just wanted to point that out.
okay, if we think we can get some examples at the next council meeting, I think we can move pretty quick. It's tough for us to move quick today without seeing examples and understanding the burden on your time for approvals and also the restaurant tours.
I'd also like to hear from more from the public. People are gonna read about this in the paper and
Mhm.
have feedback.
Absolutely. More work for Lindsay. I'm going to suggest we go to our lunch break. And we'll pick up at 1. Okay, we're gonna reconvene, the Telluride Town Council meeting, with item agenda number 3, and that is public comment. I'll start in the room physically. Is there anybody in the room for public comment? Yes,
Sorry,
please.
that one's not working.
Yes. And please speak into the microphone. They could sit on that desk for the microphone. We've been told we're having trouble. with
Okay.
people, so.
So I'm Claudia Garcia Curcio. I'm helping the town with the Geneva initiative, and so I've been involved with a lot of boards and commission kind of conversation, and I just kind of wanted to bring something up. When we talk about, and I know you are gonna make the decision today, but I was looking at boards and commission, especially looking at case, because I sit on case. It didn't make sense in my brain for alternates not to have term limits, because then we're not changing anything. If you're saying two people from the county are sitting on case, then one person from the county can sit and not have any term limits, can sit on there for a while. So that only allows, again, just one person to be from the county to sit on case or any boards and commission. So it just felt like, or do we want to completely all across even alternates put term limits? Or do we want to add one more to Senegal, just for purposes of like more people that I've spoken to would be super interested in sitting on more boards and commissions, but they don't live in the town of Telluride. That was just kind of a thought that I was like going through. It just didn't seem that we were making much change, especially just on case, because we've already had 2 people sitting on there from the Seminole County, and then the rest were from the town of Telluride. So that was just kind of like.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Anybody else in the room for public comment?
Oh, I see what's going on. All right. Hi, my name is Mason Osgood. I'm speaking today as a member of the public. I just wanted to comment on the boards and commissions code amendments. I think it's great that you guys are amending these. I think, as Claudia stated earlier, if the goal is to increase participation, I personally don't live in the town, though I would love to participate. I think it's important to look at some of the effects that these changes will have. Speaking to the alternate seats, I was thinking of different proposed solutions. We could, 1, put term limits on alternate seats, or 2, you could open up every single alternate seat on a board or commission could be either a town or a county resident, or 3, we could just increase the amount of county seats on these boards and commissions. I think there are some examples throughout all the boards and commissions that there are alternate members who are county electors that sit on these boards and commissions for a long time because they have no term limits. And that essentially eliminates another new county seat. And so if the goal is to really increase the amount of people in these boards and commissions, I know there's a lot of young people who are outside the town of Telluride who want to participate. I think maybe that one of those versions of those 3 solutions could work really well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anybody else in the room for public comment? Seeing nobody else in the room, I don't think we have anybody on Zoom. Is that correct? Okay. Perfect. We will move on to item number 4, presentations and proclamations. And 4A is introduction of a new HR coordinator. And we have Julia's going to introduce Emma Levy, help me out.
Levy.
Got it.
Is this working or should we sit?
Why don't you have a seat and make yourself comfortable?
Good afternoon, Council, Mayor. This is a bittersweet moment because it's bitter. Saying goodbye to Sydney Roop, who's been our HR coordinator, and I'm very grateful to have worked with her for the last 3 years. I did want to shout that out before we moved on to the sweet part, which is the introduction of Emma Levy. Emma comes to us from Vail Resorts. She was the HR coordinator there for a little over 1.5 years. She was born and raised in Wisconsin, raised on brats and cheddar, as she shared with me. Her family is labor and unemployment law attorneys, so she comes from a legal background. I'm super excited to have her here. Without further ado.
Hi, guys. I'm Emma. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm Emma. I come from Vail Resorts. I have a background in political science, teaching, training and facilitation, and I'm currently pursuing my master's in nonprofit organizational leadership remotely at Columbia University. I'm really excited for this opportunity to make Telluride an employer of choice for employees all over Colorado. And I'm really excited to learn from Julia and all of you.
Great.
Welcome.
Welcome to the team. Thank you so much. Item 4B, introduction of a new assistant childcare director. I'm Gabriella Beckstead, and we have Delaney Young-Tapson to do the intro.
I don't need the mic close to me because I'm just loud. Hi, everybody. I was here at the last meeting to introduce our director of Elaine's Place, which the town now has as a division within my department, the Community Services Department. And I am today introducing Gabby. We call her Gabby Beckstead. She and her family have lived here for just around 7 years, and she's been actually working at Elaine's Place for 6 years. And we're really grateful again for the continuation with the staff at Elaine's Place, not only for our benefit, but for the benefit of the families and kids that have been going there for that continuity. And the name might be familiar because we also have an employee in my department in the other division, which is the housing portion. Her husband Chandler is our rental housing maintenance supervisor. And Gabby, if you would like to say something.
Hi, I'm Gabby. It's nice to meet everyone. As Eleni said, I've been here about 7 years. Found my passion for childcare here actually. Started with cooking, so I had no idea that would be where I went, but I had my first daughter, met Leah, and she kind of helped me find that passion through education and experience at Elaine's Place. So we're really excited that we get to work with the town and continue doing what we do and what we love.
Great. Thank you so
Okay.
much.
Thank you.
Thank you for stepping. Moving on to item number 5, appointments to boards and commissions. The Telluride Town Council is accepting applications for current and upcoming vacancies from citizens interested in volunteering their service on one of the following town's boards, committees, or commissions. Applications must be received by noon, Monday, February 12th, 2024, for possible consideration at the next town council meeting, February 20th, 2024. Board of Adjustment and Appeals, 5 regular seats for a 1 or 2 year term, 2 alternate seats for a 1 or 2 year term. Commission for Community Assistance, Arts and Special Events, 1 alternate seat for a 1 or 2 year term. Ecology Commission, 1 regular seat for a 1 or 2 year term, town or county elector, 1 alternate seat for a 1 or 2 year term, town or county elector. Open Space Commission, this seat is being considered today. It's 1 regular seat for a 1 or 2 year term, town elector. Parks and Recreation Commission, 1 regular seat for a 1 or 2 year term, town elector. Public Art Commission, this seat is being considered today as well. The public, 1 alternate seat for a 1 or 2 year term, town or county elector for at least 6 months. Please note that town council may choose to appoint a sitting alternate to a regular seat vacancy. Should that occur, council reserves the right to appoint any applicant to an alternate position. Moving on to 5B, Open Space Commission. That's the 1 regular seat for a 1 or 2 year term, and we have Piper Miller here to chat about it.
Good afternoon, council. So our Open Space Commission, we have a regular member who is not reapplying for her term that is expiring on the 31st, and that is Robin Hope. So that opens up a vacancy, and Amy Levick has applied to fill this vacancy. Most of you know Amy, but if you don't, she previously served on town council from March 1998 to November of 99, and she served as our town mayor from November 99 to February of 2002. Her application and resume are attached. And I would note that an appointment made today will not be affected by the second reading of the ordinance pertaining to board and commission composition changes that will become effective should it be passed on February 2nd. So staff would recommend a 2-year term effective February 1st.
Great, thank you.
And she is unable to be with us today. She's traveling for a family emergency.
Okay. Oh, that's sad. I hope everything's okay. Anyone on council have any questions for Piper? Okay, do we have a?
Well, actually, I just have one question in general. I know that because these term limits are going to take place February 2nd, and that we're looking to reappoint, effective February 1st. Does it make sense just to start this process now? So like, should we consider the idea of starting the appointments as of February 3rd?
That's your discretion, your call. My point in saying this is that this seat is a seat that will not be changed or affected by the changes that will be made. So it's really your call on when you want it to be effective.
Okay, any further questions? Would someone like to make a motion to appoint or not appoint Amy Levick?
I move to appoint Amy Levick to a regular seat on the Open Space Commission effective February 1st, 2024.
We have a motion by Dan Enright. Do we have a second?
Oh, apologies. And if I may make a friendly amendment to my own motion for a term of 2 years.
Okay, I'll accept that. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a second from Elena. Dan, how do you vote?
Dan, yes.
Elena?
Elena, yes.
Geneva,
yes.
Me and yes. Ashley, yes.
Betty, yes. It is approved unanimously. Congratulations, Amy, and thank you. And I know you're not here, but hope everything's okay. 5C, Public Art Commission, one alternate seat for 1 or 2 year term. And Piper will go back to you.
All right. So Public Art Commission is a commission that does not meet very often, but we have a lot of interest in serving on this commission. We have a vacancy, seat for an alternate vacancy, and we have an applicant named Todd Smith. His occupational background, I believe, is as a teacher, an art teacher, but he might correct me if I'm wrong on that. And again, this is one of those appointments that, if made, would not be affected by the coming changes. It is recommended that it would be a term of 2 years, effective immediately, should you choose to appoint him, and he is here to speak on his behalf.
Okay. Come on up and say a few words for us, please.
Hello, thank you for having me. I'm Todd Smith. I live in town. I'm the art teacher at the Mountain School, and I've been here for 3 years. My previous experience is in public art and making public art. So since I've been focusing on education the last few years, I just thought it'd be good to bring my experience to the commission.
Great. Thank you so much. And thank you for applying. Any questions of the applicant or Piper? Do we have a motion to appoint or not appoint Mr. Smith?
I move to appoint Todd Smith to a regular seat on the Public Art Commission for a term of 2 years effective February 2nd, 2024.
Except this is for an alternate.
Oh, gosh. Thanks, Piper. You're keeping me in line today. I withdraw my previous motion and will move to appoint Todd Smith to an alternate seat on the Public Art Commission for a term of 2 years effective February 2nd, 2024.
I'll
We have-
second.
We have a motion from Dan and a second from Ashley. Dan, how do you vote?
Dan, yes.
Ashley,
Ashley, yes.
we'll go to Geneva.
Elena, yes.
Elena, sorry.
Geneva, yes.
Me and yes.
And Betty, yes, it passes unanimously.
Thanks, Todd.
Thank you so much, Todd. We appreciate it. Number 6, consent calendar. I assume everyone had a chance to look at all that fine stuff, and do we have a motion to approve the consent calendar?
I move to approve the consent calendar as presented.
Second.
We have a motion from Dan and a second from Mian. Dan, how do you vote?
Dan, yes.
Mian?
Yes.
Elena?
Elena, yes.
Geneva, yes.
Ashley, yes.
Teddy, yes. The consent calendar is passed unanimously. We will go to item 7A. 7A is a second reading and approval of an ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, amending Telluride Municipal Code Section 7-2-20, the noise. And once again, we have Ron Quarles.
Thank you, Mayor Erica. So this is the second reading of an ordinance for municipal code to modify the municipal code, standardize the hours considered to be a public nuisance, construction hours between the hours of 6 p.m. and 8 a.m. Monday through Friday, between the hours of 6 p.m. and 9 a.m. on Saturday, or at any time on Sunday. We've maintained the exceptions for urgent necessity and for transporting, and we've added an exception to the overall section of the noise ordinance to allow or to exempt snow removal equipment as a part of the what's considered an nuisance. And with that, that concludes the presentation. Be glad to answer any questions.
Great. Thank you so much, Ron. I know we've discussed this previously. Any questions for Ron?
I wasn't here at the last meeting, but I'm excited we're doing this. So no other changes.
Awesome. Any other questions or comments? Do we have anybody in the room for public discussion on this? No one in the room, seeing no one on Zoom. Do we have a motion?
I move to approve on second reading an ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, amending the Telluride Municipal Code, Chapter 7, Health, Sanitation, and Animals, Article 2, Nuisances, at Section 7-2-20, Noise.
We have a motion from Mian. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second from Elena. Mian, how do you vote?
Yes.
Elena?
Elena, yes.
Geneva, yes.
Ashley, yes.
Dan, yes.
Teddy, yes. It passes unanimously. Moving on to item 7B, second reading and approval of an ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, amending Telluride Municipal Code, Chapter 2, Article 4, Ethics Code, Article 5, General Provisions for Commissions, Article 6, Case, Article 7, Ecology Commission, Article 8, Open Space Commission, Article 9, Parks and Recreation Commission, Article 10, Public Art Commission, Land Use Code, Article 9, Division 1, Planning and Zoning Commission, and Division 2, Historic and Architectural Review Commission. And we have Tiffany here for this.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. So yes, this is second reading of the ordinance to amend those sections of the Land Use Code and Municipal Code. During first reading, we had quite a bit of discussion about term limits, how to impose term limits, and then also commission size. And the feedback and direction from the first reading is now included in the red line ordinance attached to the staff memo for consideration. And I'm just going to briefly review the main points of the changes that are outlined in the staff memo, because it is a lot of sections of our municipal and land use codes that are affected by this, and going line by line will be a lot. So generally, the changes are that the membership eligibility on all boards and commissions is amended from requiring that members be qualified electors of the town to residents of the town of Telluride and have lived in the town or county for 6 months or a year in some cases prior to applying. That town council members are removed as voting members on commissions. That dedicated seats are removed, such as the San Miguel County crossover, the Health and Human Services, and Telluride Arts. In some cases, those positions are converted into public at large seats, and then in some just completely removed and then the size of the commission is then reduced. Term limits are imposed on all boards and commissions except for Hark and P and Z, and that's a term of 8 years. And then the term limits do not apply to the alternate seats. The number of overall commission members on the Ecology Commission and Public Art Commission are reduced to 3 regular and 2 alternate. Case is reduced by 1 member, which would allow the chair to vote. And then 2 members on case may be members of or residents of the county. And then we discussed open space quite a bit. You may recall that currently open space is the only commission that doesn't have any alternates. And so it was 7 regular. It was agreed upon that it would be reduced to 5 regular by removing the council seat and that crossover seat, and then add 2 alternates to that commission. And then up to 2 county residents are allowed to serve on the Open Space Commission. And then as part of good cause for removal of a commission member, right now, if someone misses more than 5 meetings in a calendar year, it's a good cause for removal. It was recommended and attached in red line that it would be an automatic removal of that member and that we would give them notice and start advertising that seat. That person could always reapply in the future if that scenario should occur at a time maybe where they can actually commit to serve on the commission. And then the Ethics Commission was actually the only one that was increased in size. So we're increasing the size of the Ethics Commission from 5 to 7. And then with the alternate members as public at large. And then lastly, the qualifications for HARC are amended to mirror the state of Colorado requirements for creating a historic review commission. So that summarizes the amendments that are before you today for consideration.
Great. Thank you so much, Tiffany. Any questions for Tiffany on the presentation? We did have some public comment earlier in regards to what we're discussing. I don't know if that's impacted anybody's thoughts, but please ask Tiffany any questions. Seeing we have no questions, do we have any new public comments or input from the audience? I don't see any, and I don't believe we have any on Zoom as well.
I have comments. I didn't have any questions.
Okay.
But I wasn't here last week, but I think we should have term limits for Hark and P&Z. I don't know where we all settled on that. Obviously, the majority wanted to not have term limits, but I'm wondering of who's here, where we are on that. Because I just think that when it comes to power and money, those are the 2 boards that have the most influence, and the same people have been on them for a long time, and taking a term off is 2 years. It's not never applying again. So I think that, and I think maybe not anybody, but because I know there's special background and education that come with sitting on those boards, but everybody it was their first day once, and it was our first day once on council as well. So I may be on my own on this, but I wasn't around at the last meeting to speak up about it. So.
Well, thank you for your input, Geneva. Does anyone have any comments or additions to?
I mean, I can address Geneva's concern and kind of how the conversation went. Basically, the feelings were that there are professional requirements for these boards that surpass just an interest in being on the board. That even if you have an interest in serving on HARC, if you don't have certain qualifications, you're not going to be able to serve on that board. So our feeling wasn't necessarily that the fear was that these people were hoarding power, but the fear was more in line that we don't have as many people that fit the bill for these types of positions in our community, and that it would be not as functional if we were restricting those in that way. The town council reserves the right to appoint whoever we want to these boards, seeing as they fit the criteria that's laid out. It's like the question was more of that there's a perception that we would look at vacancies in some of these, and that would be detrimental to the process.
I think that people are discouraged from applying for these boards because they don't want to go through the social awkwardness of not being appointed going up against a veteran. And so that's why I want to make some room in there. Maybe you didn't discuss at the last meeting that there was a fear that people are hoarding power. I don't think anybody is in any nefarious way trying to do so, but power is remaining in the hands of a few. And I am feeling that, and I've heard from other people that they're feeling that. So that's what I'm here representing, that point of view. I understand that there's different qualifications required for sitting on those boards, but I don't think that it's impossible to fill those seats. And I think that we have seen, at least in the last 6 years that I've been on council, times where we had many people applying for seats and it's kind of dwindled back down again because there were a lot of awkward versus each other discussions in here. And I think taking a break after 8 consecutive years for 2 years is just not that big a deal if somebody's really committed to continuing to be a part of the board. And I know, and I'm totally accept that we might not convince each other to change our opinions. I'm just stating that's how I feel.
Okay, that's great. Thank you for adding that to the discussion. Is anyone on council want to revisit this, discuss it further? Dan?
I would be willing to explore term limits, including Harkin leniency as well. And I've struggled with this issue. I see many different sides of it. It is a tough issue with a trade-off. Like I said earlier, keep using that word trade-offs. It's and I think Geneva phrased it very well, where it, in my mind, this isn't about trying to exclude members of our community that have served for a long time on our boards and commissions, and I certainly value those voices. To me, it is about trying to open the doors to include more people, and I see a distinct difference between those two things. This to me is about more inclusion, not exclusion, and I do see, again, there no matter what we decide, no matter what is done in here, there will be a consequence and a trade-off, but I see the benefits worthwhile in this instance. Thank you.
Ellen?
I really feel the same as Dan, and I've been pretty consistently on the fence about this. And if it's something that we wanted to open up again, I would be willing to do that. He said it best, like it's a trade-off. And so I'm kind of with Dan. I would love to see some of these seats change over, especially now that I've been a liaison on one of these boards that we're talking about. I can see how some fresh perspective might make some changes in the decisions that we make as a town, and that could be beneficial depending on what your goals are. And I don't know, this is tough because we're also changing our requirements for who can be on these boards. Before it was an interest, and now we're aligning it with Colorado's kind of standard, which is that you actually have to have some certifications in it. So we're making it more restrictive to be on these boards to align with the state, right? Is that correct?
And I want to remind council too that these are the 2 boards that do not allow county members at all because it's in the charter that they are registered electors of the town.
Yeah.
So yeah, I definitely, I still feel like I'm on the fence with this one. I can kind of convince myself that either is the right choice, but I do feel still a little conflicted. So if Geneva's bringing it up and, Dan is also feeling similarly, I think it's worth mentioning that I'm in the same
I feel
boat.
like it's about inclusion too. I think it's trying to create a situation where it is easier to break into participation. And if we, as you said earlier, if we see that we're having an issue, we can change it. But I think it's worth trying, putting some term limits in, seeing how it goes, hopefully getting some different perspectives on here. I mean, what I'm looking at says, and maybe I'm missing something, but the red line says shall have, insofar as practical, all members of Park shall have expertise in all of these things and go through a training. We had to do that we have to do that to be on those boards. But I don't think it's this like impossible thing to understand for outside people who aren't an architect by trade.
I feel very strongly that we should not have term limits on P and Z and HARC. Because I do believe that those boards have a specialized level of education that if we're gonna do the best for this community, we need the best specifically in those sets of circumstances. Those are decisions, I just listened to a P and Z meeting because Dan couldn't attend it, and then I had to look up a dozen different documents and call Dan to get information, and I feel like I'm a pretty well versed in that subject matter. I think that if we see that term limits seem to be working with the other boards and commissions, I'd be open to addressing this down the road. But I do believe that with the number of projects that we have coming up over the next few years, I want to ensure that we have the most qualified, most educated people on our planning and zoning and HARC commission in order to serve this community best. And I very much understand the concern about power holding or control of process, but I think that that's where the checks and balances of council being able to appoint or not appoint is useful in that regard. A couple of months, a year ago, we were desperately trying to find HARC board members. And I personally spoke with like 8 different architects, all of whom said no. And so we don't have that many qualified and, licensed, trained people in those roles within the confines of the town of Telluride. If we were able to look outside, then that's a different set of circumstances. But right now, these have to be town electors. And so as a result, I do not believe that this is the time for us to be putting term limits in for planning and zoning and HARC.
Ashley, do you have any comments since we?
No, I agree with Mian on this. It feels like, HARC and P and Z have a little bit of a different, operation within our community. And that's why they have these different levels of requirements in order to be on them. And I think that Mian is correct in that we're looking at some really significant development, design, things that are coming up. And I think that I don't want us to run afoul of getting into a situation where we don't have enough people on these boards or qualified people on these boards that really are making some really technical and intense decisions. So I feel like it's not worth the experiment with it at this point. I think that I would agree that we should allow the term limits on everything else, especially because we've been able to adjust how people are allowed on and things like that. I would say that I think that P and Z and HARC, we need to allow people to stay on there for longer periods.
Good, thank you. I'll add 2 things. No need for me to reiterate what Mian and Ashley said, but I do agree with them. I think that we had a very good, healthy, long discussion at our council meeting to come to the conclusion we're at. Not saying we can't revisit it, of course we can. And secondarily, although it's not perfect, very little of what we do will always be perfect, is that we are making very good strides for inclusion and opening up availability in the other boards. And if we feel that we can address this and change it down the road, I'd rather go that path than change it back for just these 2 boards. As someone who would have been affected by Parks and Rec, I personally didn't agree with it, but I accepted the fact that that was a good idea for the other boards and still stand by that. So I don't know where we'll end up in our motion and vote. Are there any other questions on this specific topic or anything else to discuss, or questions for Tiffany? I will ask for a motion.
I move to approve on second reading and after a public hearing, an ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, amending Telluride Municipal Code, Chapter 2, Article 5, General Provisions for Commissions. Article 6, Case, Article 7, Ecology Commission, Article 8, Open Space Commission, Article 9, Parks and Rec Commission, Article 10, Public Art Commission, Land Use Code, Article 9, Division 1, Planning and Zoning Commission, and Division 2, Historic and Architectural Review Commission.
All right, we have a motion on the table from Mian. Do we have a second?
I second.
We have a motion from Mian and a second from Ashley. Mian, how do you vote?
Me and yes.
Ashley, how do you vote?
Ashley, yes.
Elena?
Elena, yes.
Geneva, no.
Dan?
Dan, yes.
Teddy, yes. It passes 5-1. Is my math right? Okay, great. Next item on the agenda, we go to action items number 8A, consideration and action on the Commission for Community Assistance, Arts and Special Events, better known as CASE, funding recommendations for 2024. And we have Amanda and Stephanie here to present.
I am Sasha.
And Sasha. So sometimes the poll gets the better of me.
Hold on a second. I need Tiffany to let me share my screen.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. All right, hi. I'm Amanda Baltzley. I'm the Special Events Coordinator for Parks and Rec. And this is Sasha. She is the board chair for CASE. And we're here to talk about the funding agreements, the grants that CASE approved or CASE worked on January 10th. So on January 10th, CASE voted unanimously to approve the recommended grant allocations that are in your packet. There's 2 spreadsheets. There's an arts and special events and a community support. And this is recommended grant amounts for 2024, along with the requests that each applicant made. And then during the 2024 CASE grant cycle, there were 7 CASE members. Right now in the room, there's Claudia, Sasha, and Elena. And then Courtney McElhenney is also, I believe, on Zoom. So we have about half of the commission here. We did have 1 vacant seat this year for the CASE grant session. So the overview is that CASE accepts grants from that fall into 2 separate categories. There's arts and special events and community support. The categories differ slightly in terms of eligibility criteria, items funded, and use of funds. And one of our municipal codes requires that grant funds allocated for town council, by town council for arts and special events, and those allocated for community support must be kept separate. So there can't be a, oh, hey, we want extra money in arts and special events, let's take it from community support. That can't happen. It's specifically allocated for those 2 separate categories. So this year, CASE worked very hard in changing the application process and the review process. So I'm going to go over the application process and the guidelines and some of the changes that we made, or sorry, the application changes. And Sasha's going to go over the guidelines and review process changes that we made. So in the staff memo, it does outline the mission of CASE. It also discusses the budget and grant process, but this is basically what we did. So over the course of several months, CASE got together, actually put together a subcommittee to make recommendations for changes in the grant process. In particular, they restructured the application format, organized the general information. So basically the first set of questions in the grant process was about the overall application, or the applicant, I mean. So it was, one specific applicant, who they are, what their kind of funding is. And then we switched over, the next set of questions was actually specifically about what they wanted funded. So we were trying to kind of separate that to make it a little bit more clear as to who it is and then what they want. And if they had multiple programs, they could apply for multiple programs and actually put in specific information about each of those programs. So we were trying to organize it a little bit better. We also kind of revised some of the content, the questions. We wanted to make sure all of the questions matched review criteria. So we had specific review criteria that they made changes on it, that case made changes on as well. And within the application, we actually referenced what the review criteria, that question equaled whatever review criteria it was. So we were trying to be very specific about what we were asking and essentially why we were asking it. And then Case held a grant forum in September and encouraged all applicants to come to the grant forum because of the changes that we were making, not only in the application, but also the review process. And then, so this year, the breakdown of the requests were, we had 15 arts and special events applicants, and we had 30 community support. So last year we had 14 arts and special events and 30 community support. The arts and special events were all the same +1 from this year, from 2023 to 2024. And the community support, there were a few that didn't apply and a few that did, a new one. So we kind of ended up balancing at 30 again this year. The total requested amount this year was significantly higher, as you can see from the graph, than it was last year. And the average request amount was also somewhat significantly higher, especially in the community support side. And then the available funding was also higher. Town council did approve a 7.5% increase on both sides for both arts and special events and community support, which obviously helped somewhat balance the additional requests that we had for Case for this year. So the total budget this year was $686,280 that was given away or is going to be recommended to be given through arts and special events and community support. And then I will let Sasha kind of talk about the changes that were made on the actual review process.
And I just want to note before I start, a lot of these changes were catalyzed by the discussion that we had in town council last year. And we've had a lot of outside meetings about how to professionalize our review process, and really took that to heart and did a lot of work on that after the conversation we had with y'all last year. So as Case has done for several years during the 2024 grant review process, Case established a subcommittee to review the completeness and accuracy of applications and make recommendations to the full commission for consideration during the evaluation process. A professional review of the applicant's IRS 990 documents was conducted, and a summary report of all applicants' IRS 990 documents from years 2019 through 2022 was provided to the commission for their consideration during the evaluation process. The grant guidelines include the below revised review criteria. The goal of the review criteria and application questions was to provide the commission with the tools necessary for a comprehensive evaluation of a variety of proposals. Review criteria was devised for specificity and clarity and cross-reference with associated grant application questions. And these are our 9 review applications according to the following criteria, which are not weighted. 1, demonstration and uniqueness of unique and necessary services provided. 2, collaboration with other local nonprofits. 3, board involvement in an organization. 4, sustainability of organization. 5, financial need, strategies, and diversification. 6, educational, cultural, and/or economic impact on the town of Telluride community. 7, outreach and number of participants. 8, justice, equity, diversity, and inclusion of board, staff, and community served. And 9, completeness, accuracy, and specificity of application in accordance with case grant guidelines and application. The case commission review process. Each commission member rated each application according to its adherence to the stated review criteria through the Go Smart system on a scale of 1 to 5. And this is new for us. Normally, we just have voted with our dollars, but this year we actually went through each section and voted. And Stephanie and Amanda came up with this beautiful color-coded thing for us, and it really helped take the guesswork out for everyone. Each board member will base their allocations recommendations on review criteria ratings. The ratings were average per application per criteria presented to the board for the January meeting. Each board member submitted a worksheet to staff, which they allocate up to the maximum funds available, but no amount to applicants which would they have a conflict of interest. Staff compiles all commission member allocations into one worksheet in which the high and low cash grant amounts are eliminated for each grant applicant, and the remainder is averaged. The resulting average allocation amount for each applicant is presented to the commission at the January meeting as a starting point for the allocation discussion. At the January 10th case meeting, discussion should focus on information provided in grant application with minimal discussion of previous grant cycle data. Commission members should avoid opinions and comparing and contrasting applications and organizations. Commission members should reference specific review criteria when proposing changes to the commission average, and the average should only be changed if there is a compelling and agreed upon reason to do so. We're good? Yeah. For applications that include funding requests for separate programs, case recommended specific funding agreements requirements for 2024, which are outlined in the memo.
And then the final change that we kind of made was we are doing some post-grant follow-up and feedback to each applicant. So each applicant will get their kind of spreadsheet of their average rating per review criteria, including overall rating. And they will get any information about any discrepancies that they had, which would be, it's something as simple as they didn't submit a W-9 originally, but then, so that's kind of those discrepancies that we were talking about earlier. And then we also, the board was able to comment on grant applications if they chose to. And so any application that had a general comment, we will include in the feedback to each grant applicant. We also will include when you see in the packet, actually, I don't know if it's in the packet, I know it's in our minutes from the case meeting. If there was a change of the average by over $500, the case had to go through and justify that change with referencing each of the review criteria. And in some cases it was one criteria, some cases it was all of them as the reason why they either added money or took money away from the average. And the applicant will also get that feedback as to why they were higher or lower than the board average if it was more than $500. So that's what we have. Do you all have any questions for us?
Great. Thank you very much. Nice job. Any questions or comments?
I'll just say I'm thrilled to see this process in place. I think this was a request from council last year, and it looks great. And watching the playback of the meeting as well, it seemed really smooth. It just felt a little bit more analytical, and I was genuinely happy to see how this all played out this year. So thank you. I know it was a lot of work for the board. Sasha, I know it was especially a lot of work for.
The subcommittees did most of the work.
Okay. For the, it was a lot of work for the subcommittee.
I helped, but not as much as they did.
But I couldn't be happier to see how this played out. So thank you all so much for that work.
It did feel a lot better and cleaner, and Stephanie and Amanda did a ton of work, so I want to thank them. But I think that it really kept us in line in our discussions and the starting out point, and that color coded thing, just having that to be able to see was huge. So yeah.
Great. Any other comments or questions?
Great job.
Anybody in the audience for public comment on this? Come on up.
Hi, everyone. My name is Marissa. I'm a board member of Collaborative Action for Immigrants. We're really just here to make a quick little comment, introduce ourselves, and mainly to introduce Gabby, who is Kathy's first employee, and to say thank you for the funding that we received.
Yeah, so I am Collaborative Action for Immigrants, first employee. I am the coordinator, so thank you all for having me. We would just like to thank you for giving us the CASE grant. You are helping 20% of the San Miguel population, which is immigrant population. You specifically are supporting the Unidos Fund, which Collaborative Action for Immigrants has created to support the immigrant community to help with medical or any funding that they might need. And we would just like to thank you guys for supporting us and for giving us that support. And it's a few words, a little bit more organized. So thank you guys for acknowledging the vital role that these initiatives play in our community. It is truly appreciated. By supporting Kathy and the Unidos Fund, you are not only providing assistance to our immigrant community, but also fostering a sense of unity and solidarity within our town. Your commitment to promoting social welfare and inclusivity reflects the values that make our community strong. So let's continue to make a positive impact and create a brighter future for all residents. We are so grateful to have such proactive and compassionate leaders guiding our town, and I'll hand it over to Marissa so she can give you more information about the Unidos Fund.
Yeah, so the Unidos Fund was actually partially founded by Claudia and two other members of the community who were volunteers of the year at the Telluride Foundation, and recognizing a sort of the amount of barriers that exist to receiving crisis funding from things like the Good Neighbor Fund or other funding sources in the area. We have tried to sort of make the process as nimble and flexible and responsive as possible. And trusted members of the community are sort of like touch points where people can go when they need help. And since the fund started, since we started giving out the funds in July, we've successfully funded 33 different applications, which has impacted 111 members of our local community, all members of our immigrant community. And anyways, I guess just to wrap it up, we'd love to keep talking about this with town council and talking about the need for crisis funding like this in our community. And you can reach out to me or to Gabby or to other members of CAPI to continue the conversation.
Great, thank
Marissa.
you. Any other comments or questions from the council? Seeing no one else out there in the audience? Do we have a motion?
Somewhere.
I move to approve the Commission for Community Assistance Arts and Special Events Funding recommendations for 2024.
We have a motion from Mian. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second from Elena. Mian, how do you vote?
Me and yes.
Elena?
Elena, yes.
Geneva, yes.
Ashley, yes.
Dan, yes.
Teddy, yes. Passes unanimously. Thank you so
Thank you for
much.
coming.
Great job. Item 8B of our action items, consideration of approval of a resolution to the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, approving an amendment to the San Miguel Emergency Telephone Service Authority Intergovernmental Agreement. And we have from the Mountain Village Police Chief Chris Brody.
Good afternoon, Mayor,
Chief,
Council.
Chief, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good, thanks.
So San Miguel Emergency Telephone Service Authority Board, SMETA, which is easier to say. Basically, we're responsible for receiving and dispatching 911 calls within the county. And we're funded by a surcharge that's on your landline or cell phone bill is how we get the funding. So this is basically just cleanup work to kind of get the IGA to how we're already having the board represented. I'm the chairman, Chief Compton is the vice chairman, and John Grassi with the fire department is the treasurer secretary. So I can explain more, or I can just stand for questions.
That's great. Thank you so much. Are there any comments or questions for the chief?
Well, my question, and perhaps I just missed it in the memo, is how do you feel like the funding mechanisms are adequately supporting your organization at this time?
Yes. Absolutely.
Great. That's the answer I wanted to hear.
And the rate is set every year by the Public Utilities Commission. That's how that's set.
Great. Any other questions or comments for chief? Any further discussion? Is there any public comment in the room or on Zoom? Looks like there is none. Someone willing to make a motion?
I move to approve a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, approving the second amended and restated intergovernmental agreement concerning the implementation of an E911 emergency telephone service.
A second.
We have a motion from Elena, a second from Dan. Elena, how do you vote?
Elena, yes.
Dan?
Dan, yes.
Geneva, yes.
Ian, yes.
Ashley, yes.
Teddy, yes. It passes unanimously. Chief, thank you for your
Thank
time.
you very much.
Action item 8C, consideration of approval of a memorandum of understanding with Telluride Ski and Golf regarding the Chair 7 base design and planning. And we have Scott on Zoom to continue this discussion from earlier in the meeting.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. I don't have anything to add from this morning's conversation, but for those who were not able to listen to that, while we had Chad Horning here from Telluride Ski and Golf, this is a non-binding memorandum of understanding that would move forward collaboration to a second phase here, specifically around planning and public input around the Chair 7 and Carhenge base development area. And it would specifically commit us to splitting about $78,000 in planning costs over the next 6 months as we move again through public process at its initial phase, some large, basically mass and scale planning and some different alternatives. So we really look forward to collaborating with TSG on this critical area of the community. And I think this MOU is just a good showing of our intention to do so.
Great. Thank you, Scott. We'll kind of try to pick up where we left off earlier today. Feels like a long time ago. Any further comments, questions, discussion in regards to this memo? See no further discussion from council. Is there any public comment? I don't see anyone in the room, but we do have Madeline Whiteman with her hand up on Zoom. If you could activate her, Tiffany, that'd be great.
Hello, everyone. Madeline Whiteman. I am the current president of Cimarron Lodge, and we are very concerned about what's going on in the 2 spaces or the 3 spaces around us, both Carhenge, over in the Chandoka lot. And I guess the other thing would be Tract Y and how it will affect our property. I noticed in a January 17th letter that that we are going to be included in 2 meetings. One of my questions is, what are we starting with? Is there someplace I can get the plans that you're starting with to go forward from this point? If somebody could provide that to me, I would really appreciate it, or let me know where to find it. The other question I have is, I was unable to be on the earlier meeting, but I think I heard that the meetings were going to be like in the next few months. There's going to be a lot of meetings. If there's anything scheduled, could I know the dates so we can make sure that we're there? And I'm noticing that you're saying, you want to know what our goals and objectives are. So I want to make sure that we can get those to you in a timely fashion. again, we're going to be very affected by everything that goes on there. So we do want a seat at the table in some of the planning. I guess for right now, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madeline. Appreciate you commenting on this topic, being a close neighbor. Scott, would you like to address her 2 questions?
Yeah, I'd be happy to. Thank you for tuning in, Madeline. We certainly would call out the Southwest Area Plan, or SWAP, as it's been called, that was adopted by Town Council, I believe about 3 years ago, as really the starting place, certainly from the town's perspective. That was a public process and council input that went into that planning document, and really we will be using that as town staff, and I'm sure council as kind of our roadmap in many ways moving forward. I believe that is posted on engagetelluride.org. But Madeline, I can pretty easily get your contact info, I'm sure, and would be glad to send that over to you directly so you can share with your Cimarron HOA. But that'll be really a starting point. Beyond that, there are no other kind of assumptions or designs or anything along those lines that we're working off of. We really want to use that adopted plan as our base, and collaborate with Telluride Ski and Golf to understand their goals for their land as well. And as far as public meetings, again, there is nothing set, no dates have been established yet, but with today's signing of this MOU, we will be working directly with Design Workshops, who will be our lead partner on helping host those open houses and a range of different public meeting types. And as we discussed this morning, we'll make sure to push those future dates out on engagetelluride.org, but also through our communications on different fronts through the town. So hopefully that's helpful, Madeline.
Scott, thank you so much. And Madeline, just so you know, because I know you pretty well, I'll put you in touch with Scott so you have each other's contact information. Is there any other public comment? There was a hand up from Mr. Tooley. Is he still in the room? Lowered his hand. Okay, great. Any other public comments? Seeing none, any further discussion from council? Does anybody want to make a motion?
I move to approve a memorandum of understanding with Telluride Ski and Golf regarding the Tier 7 base design and planning.
A second.
We have a motion from Mian and a second from Dan. Mian, how do you vote?
Ian, yes.
Dan?
Dan, yes.
Elena, yes.
Geneva, yes.
Ashley, yes.
Petty, yes. It passes unanimously. Scott, thank you very much. Moving on to 8D. Consideration of adoption of a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, authorizing the acquisition of certain deed-restricted real property known as Entrada Unit N, located within the Town of Telluride, San Miguel County, State of Colorado. And once again, we have Scott to present.
Okay, thank you very much. You do have in front of you a draft resolution to potentially purchase Entrada Unit N. Entrada is, I believe, a 24-unit townhome complex that was constructed by the town of Telluride in 2009. The town received notice on January 16th from SMRHA, or our Regional Housing Authority, that they were in receipt of an intent to sell notice on that deed restricted property, again, Unit N. And as with all the buildings in Entrada specifically, as with Longwell and any of the buildings for the most part that the town has constructed, we do have a first right of refusal on those units. So each time we get notified through SMRHA, staff feels like it's our obligation to make sure we're bringing those first rights of refusal forward to you, Town Council, who gets to make the ultimate decision on each of these. Certainly, we have received notice about 2 weeks ago here and are our deadline to express an intent to purchase is January 31st of this year, which is 15 days from that intent to sell notice. A little bit of background on the unit itself. It's unique in a number of ways. Its price will be set at $404,271 pending the SMRHA inspection. It's 873 square feet, 2-bedroom, 1 bath. This is a tier 1 maximum household income unit. So for 2 people, for example, the maximum household income would be $95,760. The minimum household size is 2 persons. And again, this was one of the units constructed back in 2009. So it can be relatively difficult. We've noticed for tier 1 2-bedroom units to find qualified buyers. And what's also unique about this unit is that it is a first floor ADA unit. Those don't come up too often. And typically, if just left to the open market, if you will, oftentimes these don't necessarily go to ADA buyers. There is not necessarily an ADA prioritized list that the town keeps. We certainly do, as we've discussed at a number of meetings here this last 6 months or so, the town does keep our own internal prioritized list of staff that have maybe lengthy tenure or have a safety and operations position, things along those lines that would move them up our own internal prioritization list. We've also discussed, certainly from a policy standpoint, that the town of Telluride, as the largest employer in Telluride, is trying to get ourselves to a minimum of 30% of our staff living within town limits, again, so that we can be reactive to safety and public needs, of course, and a range of other purposes that having folks living in town helps us with. So we are recommending both on the goals of trying to hit our own 30% staffing within town, but also the fact this is an ADA unit that council consider purchasing this Entrada Unit N with the intention of immediately reselling to an employee of the town that qualifies and or to a community member with ADA needs that might not find a unit otherwise. So I will leave it at that and happy to take any questions, council.
Great. Thank you, Scott. Any questions or comments about this unit and our 30% goal for Scott?
Scott, can you remind us how many units we think it will take about to hit that 30% goal?
Well, let's see. Last I checked a couple weeks ago here, we were sitting at around between 13 and 15% of our staff in town. So obviously we're about halfway there. We have roughly 105 FTEs in town. So sorry, I don't have that number right in my back pocket, but I would estimate it in that ballpark of upwards of 15 units to meet that goal. But if HR or anyone is there to correct me, please do.
Only have a spreadsheet to do math.
But that's ballpark, I would say.
That's great. That's I think that's fair enough.
A helpful number.
I guess I just have like a philosophical question for us because I don't know how everyone else feels, but like these types of decisions when we have community members that are maybe are going to express interest in purchasing units, and then we have ourselves as town leaders and, you know, wanting to address goals that we've set for ourselves as a town. I mean, to me, it's like, I get heartburn, like having these types of discussions now, every time that one of these units is going to come up, where we're basically dictating a person's future. And it feels like if it feels unfair in a little bit of a way to, it's like, if our goal is going to be 30% and that's what we want to do, then like, I feel like we all just have to say, every single unit now that comes forward to us with an option to purchase, we're just gonna purchase and like put that out to the community, because I think that it's really hard for people to like, have personal relationships with people, get their hopes up, think that they're gonna maybe make something work, and then we're coming back and saying that we're gonna purchase it because we have this goal.
Well, I think the town, regardless of us creating this policy, we have always had the first right of refusal to purchase these units. And so I very much agree with you. I mean, I'm really frustrated by that process where it feels as though we are taking something away that was never really should have been given out in the first place. And I feel really strongly about that with the last unit that we had. And I think I think we've had some conversations as well around this, because it's hard to quantify what that process and policy is going to be, because we can certainly say exactly why and how we are doing this. We can't just say like, we're going to take the next 3 units, we're going to skip 2, we're going to take the next 3 units, we're going to skip 2. I think if we could do that, that would be really easy for us to be able to say to the general public. But it doesn't make sense. Like certain units, like one of the units that we just bought back, we bought back because there is a huge assessment that is going to come on. So if we were to sell that unit at that tier, then we would be in a position where the town was then again further subsidizing that unit to the tune of, I think it was like $30-something thousand, because that person would not actually be able to financially qualify to pay that assessment. So there are all these nuances with each of these units that we are all more than happy to explain to any member of the public that has questions about this. But I think what I would like the public to hear is that this is something that we are not taking lightly, and that we all feel that everybody deserves a unit and we want to make that happen. We just have to figure out how to do that in a way that's equitable. And I think to speak to this unit in particular, I had a conversation about this, Dan and I had a conversation about this last night too. The sales price is $404,000, and this is a tier 1 household. So 2 people can make $95,000. This is also in a building that most likely will have an assessment coming to them as well. Anyone in that tier 1 household, unless they have financial assistance that is not disclosed to us, will not be able to afford that mortgage and the assessment and the insurance for this unit. So like, I think the other side with this particular unit, because again, every unit has these special circumstances, this is an ADA unit. And so I believe that this needs to be offered first and foremost to the members of our community that would need an ADA unit before it goes to the general public at a bare minimum. But I also think that the town perhaps needs to purchase this back and raise the household tier income to a tier 2, so that this is an actual attainable unit. We are not putting a member of our community in a place of financial constraint because this is the only thing that they can qualify for. And so again, like every circumstance is different and everything is far more complicated than I wish it could be. But I think unfortunately we're gonna have to take all of this case by case, as much as I've tried and had that conversation with staff about creating a very specific policy of like a 1 in, 1 out situation. It doesn't seem like it's been working or is possible to work in that regard.
Do we have to purchase it in order to change the tier? Or is that something that we can do? Can we change the tier for this property without us owning it and
Well, it gets a
taking
new
title of
deed
it?
restriction every time it changes hands, right? And we're party to the deed restriction
I don't think we could change the tier without,
without owning it.
yeah, I'd want to look at that a little bit more.
Well, we
but-
just changed the tier on another unit that we didn't own.
That it still has to be an application. I think that comes to the.
Well, yeah, they would
TJ
have to
company.
apply
Yeah, if they
for
were
it.
consenting, sure. If someone's
Sure.
consenting, that's a different story.
I mean, I just ran the numbers on this
Right.
because I had the same concern
Mhm.
as me, and when I saw the price and the tier. And basically, if you even have a 700 credit score, which is a very good credit score, and you have 20% down, which would be $80,000 for this unit, at the rate that mortgages are, which is 7.51%, That's a $2,800 a month payment. And if you use income to debt ratio, I'm not even saying like what we consider affordability, like income to debt ratio is what a mortgage lender looks at when they do your mortgage. You would have to have a minimum household income of $112,000. And it's like the way that these properties are right now, it's untenable. It's untenable for a town employee even, it doesn't matter if you have that maximum salary, you're not going to be able to get the mortgage. And what Mian is saying is like, basically then the only way that anyone would be able to qualify is if they had other sources of funding that weren't being disclosed to us.
Well, and there's an HOA on top of that. Entrada has an HOA. It's not a big one, but there is that additional expense too.
I agree. I think I agree with everything you're saying in terms of moving the tier. I think, and we know we need more tier twos, so doesn't look to me like a loss. And there really is no one who fits into that narrow or whatever, the Venn diagram. Is that what they're
Yeah.
called?
We're not setting them
I
up
don't
for
think that
success.
But I
don't
do,
think there is a
right,
Venn.
they don't connect. That's the point. But I think that's one issue, and I would be happy to change the tier. I think that's the right choice. I also think that every ADA unit should be made available first to ADA people, because otherwise what's the point of building that? It's like, we build them because we're required to, and because we want to be inclusive in our community, but then there's only one chance at somebody getting a hold of that unit. I don't think that's fair. So, I think that's where we start, is with the ADA conversation, and then I would also be open to upping the tier.
Can we buy it and control the process for changing the tier and whether it's a town and Telluride employee or general public that buys it, that they're ADA, and then address it if we can't find that buyer? And
Yeah, if you own the unit, you can certainly have that discussion. I think you used the word control. I don't know if I'd say that we
Right, yeah.
control it, but you can make some determinations on the tier, certainly.
No, I mean, I know it's tough for people to thread that needle at this price point at the tier. That's a
Yeah.
tall order. And I think we're setting our locals up for failure. But I don't know the easiest way, because it is, it's work for our staff to buy this if we're just gonna turn around and flip it. Or determine who gets to own it. I don't know, but what's for us, I think that's the highest and best thing to do, right?
I think we're in the business of buying and selling affordable housing, so it's just another task in what our staff does.
How do we control an ADA application for purchase of residence without venturing into discrimination?
Well, I think that there's set standards for what qualifies under the Americans with Disabilities Act.
Yeah.
And if you are covered under that legislation, which is federal legislation, then we could pretty easily incorporate that same language for who qualifies under that with a one-off specialty lottery which is I sort of think what Geneva's heading towards. And then I'll throw in my 2 cents after this. To me, I think that that's a fine place to start. I hear what you're saying and I agree. And then if we do not get a qualified applicant under that, then I think the town should retain its first right of refusal and then utilize it for town staff then at that point. I think that is.
Are you gonna feel like that on every one that comes up until we hit our 30%? Or do you think that we should try and let some folks sell to who they want to, which we had a huge debate about 2 years ago or 1 year ago, whenever that was?
I think I aligned pretty close with Mian, where there is such a case by case nature with it. And that it is my hope that when we have a pressure release valve of more housing online, specifically Voodoo at Canyonlands Tower House, the next ones we're working on, and Virginia Placer Phase 2, it will make these decisions feel less dire than they currently feel and make them feel less like a lose-lose proposition, which is how I currently feel. That no matter which decision I make, somebody loses, and that is not a fun position to be in. And I hope that with some of that coming on later the same year, that we will have more options in front of us that will that will help this process feel more beneficial to ourselves as the town and more beneficial to our community at large who want this. Again, like I said at the last one, myself included, myself.
Kevin, can you confirm that we can do an ADA lottery?
Yeah, that's exactly the process we would engage in. I think we've done that on other projects too, where we had an ADA unit. We put notice out there that if there was anyone. who
Bruce
qual-
Street was one, I believe.
Right.
We haven't done
Yeah,
all of
and
them, I
I don't think we've actually had applicants.
Okay.
But that doesn't mean.
Still should
Doesn't
do
mean you
it.
wouldn't.
We still should.
I
Sorry.
think,
I mean, Ashley had her, I think had her.
No,
hand-
I think Eleanor was
Ellen did?
first.
Okay.
you know, I think we talk a lot about Jedi, and part of inclusion, part of equity is making sure we're at least opening opportunities up to people who are underserved or who have, you know, that have special needs that are not met. So I think just even, you know, even if there isn't an applicant who meets ADA requirements, who's a good fit, I think we should go through the process. Because I think that's just setting the standard for who we are as a town and how we approach inclusion and equity. I also I think it sounds like this unit was purchased when the owner was allowed to choose who they wanted to sell it to. I'm fundamentally really against that. I think that creates these like pockets of nepotism and sort of like clickiness in who gets our deed restricted housing. So, you know, and this might be controversial to say, but I'm going to say it because I really believe it. I think that the town should be taking units and putting them back into the lottery if we're not keeping them for our employees, which maybe keeping it for an employee is the right call. But even still, I really don't like the process of the owner picking who they get to sell their unit to, because it creates barriers around, you know, our immigrant community, different generations that exist in Telluride. It's like, you know, the generation that kind of was able to pick up a lot of these units ends up handing them over to their friends, and younger people, you know, millennials, Gen Z is kind of like making their way into a place where they're starting to think about home ownership. And I think it holds these units in a sort of like social group, and the access isn't equal. So regardless of whether or not we end up keeping this for a town employee or putting it back into the housing market, I think I just really want to say that I'm not supportive of letting the owner pick who they want to sell it to.
Sorry, really quickly. That, yes, 100%. We did change that in the Telluride Affordable Housing Guidelines, but we cannot retroactively change
No,
the deed
I
restriction.
know.
Oh, I'm
I know,
sorry.
but if,
thought- okay.
yeah, and so that's what I'm saying is this one, you know, it sounds like this one was before that.
Yes.
Right, and that's where I think regardless, if the town buys it, then we can put it back in the lottery system. And I think that's the equitable thing to do.
Okay. Ashley?
I just, because me and Dan both said that they wanted to do it on a case by case basis. Can you give an example of a time where you would say, I don't want the town to buy it and I want to let it go?
And that actually was going to be my point. I was going to say that just for the listening public as well. And I don't, the previous Entrada unit, which came up, I want to say less than 6 months ago, was put out and was allowed to be sold to the general public as well. So we've had a little bit of a rash of units that have had special circumstances in the last like 6 weeks. I'm so sorry, guys. But we have, there have been units that were deed restricted in the town of Telluride that were sold based on like the regular policies as well. So we're not taking every single unit. We are being selective, and there is a reasoning and a rationale for doing it for each unit. And I know that it is really hard to hear. And I know that this can sometimes feel really hopeless to a lot of people, but we are very much trying to balance the needs of the community as a whole. And so as many units as we can give to the public to purchase, or rent, we absolutely want to do so. And we are trying to figure out that process in a way that serves the greater good.
And I'll just add to the newness of this process. So the town gets these opportunities for for purchasing. And we haven't brought them to council. We've only brought them to council in the past after getting a temperature and saying, what do you think? So it hasn't been very public on the yeses and nos. It has been, in the longer term, more weighted toward the yeses because we've had some of those conversations before. I think moving forward, it would be beneficial for the public to bring all of these opportunities to council. So there is a very public understanding of the yeses and nos when these opportunities are had, or at the very least, we could report better of the yeses and nos at that balance.
We have Scott's hand up. I'd love to have him chime in.
Yeah, no, thank you for those comments, Zoe. I was going to bring up something similar in that, just to clarify, certainly not all deed restricted units in town have a first right of refusal for the town of Telluride. There are a number of units that do move on that we don't have a first right on for various reasons. And again, secondly, I think to Zoe's point, and Attorney Geiger can correct me on this, but I think we went for many years actually without taking advantage of any first right of refusals that the town had. So we are in a, unfortunately in a bit of a catch-up mode to some degree here because we have not been taking these under maybe previous administrations to council as they can come up. So just want to mention those two items.
Great, thank you.
Certainly the concept of a specialty lottery for ADA is absolutely something that we could move forward on.
Great. Thank you, Scott. Sorry to interrupt you there before you were done. Any other council comments? We do have a hand up with Madeline, so we can.
Sorry, just
Jessica?
really quick, because I think it bears repeating, that I've heard that it's said in our community that, oh, these are not going to community members. And I just want to reframe that town employees are 100% community members. They send their kids to our schools, they ski on the resort, they spend their money at our local businesses. And you may not know them, but you probably do. Many of you probably know Zoe or Lindsay or so many people who are proud to call Telluride their home and are very, very engaged. And so it's not that they're not going to community members. And again, it's the bigger, we all have to look long-term, bigger solutions, creating more opportunities for all of the need right now. And I think we see that there is so much need that no matter what decision is made, somebody's losing out. So I just am saying to our community and to please have understanding that we as council are faced with imperfect solutions with us in front of us currently.
Great, thank you. Before we go to Madeline, any other comments from council? We'll go to Madeline and then we have Jessica, who's also been waiting patiently.
Hi, and I may not know enough about the process for these units, but when I was reading the criteria of the unit, it's in tier 1, and this particular unit, it said that it was housing for 2 people. So my question is that all people, the only people that can live in a 2-bedroom? Again, I don't know everything about the housing and how you decide, but it just seemed like in a town where we're trying to house a lot of people that work in town, that want to live in town, 800, almost 900 square feet is a pretty big unit. And why is it restricted to only 2 people?
Minimum.
It's a minimum.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
And it's a big unit because it's an ADA unit so that a wheelchair can move through it freely.
Okay. Thank you, Madeline. Anything else? All right. We will go to Jessica. You can unmute her, please.
Hi, everyone. I'm Jessica. I am the person that the current owners are specifically hoping to sell their unit to. And I do just want to say that I commend and appreciate the mission of the town of Telluride and San Miguel Housing Authority for providing for the town's own hardworking employees. Quite a few units have been purchased for the town recently. So I do only pray that maybe this time I'd be given the opportunity to become a first-time home owner myself, but also with the ADA thing, I do think that that should be offered to someone with a disability, of course, first above me. But if there is not anyone, I mean, I'm a 16-year full-time year-round resident Telluride. This is my beloved home and treasured community, and I have no chance of ever buying a free market condo in this area. And I know I worked full-time 12 years in a privately family-owned establishment, and I cater to tourists and locals alike. And I currently live in a deed restricted space, and I qualify for that. And my family accountant is confident that I would be able to qualify for the necessary loan, and it even continuing to be a tier 1 space, or even if it was tier 2. But I'm an unmarried woman. I do not have children, but this second bedroom would be rented to a long-term local. I have someone specifically in mind who is an EMT, a first responder on the Telluride Ski Patrol. So I'll be providing a service to this community and providing one affordable room to rent. Yeah, I know there's a lot of stipulations, but I just had to show up and give my, throw it out there that I'm the longtime local and I would really love an opportunity. Thanks, guys, for listening.
Thank you, Jessica.
Great, Jessica. Thank you. Yeah, it's tough. These are tough decisions for us, unfortunately. And no easy answers. Any further comments from council?
I just wanted to give a little bit, although this is not my expertise, I did ask Courtney specifically about this sort of instance. It is a 2-person income to qualify, so that total is for the 2-person household, even with the renter. The 1-person household would require an exception, but it brings it down to about 83,000. But again, that would be required an exception. So just throwing that little bit of information out there.
Which again, bringing it back to Ashley and Mian's comments, I've, it's more than what I make, but it's not, I can imagine making that much money, and it's stretching it. I look at mortgage calculators and loan calculators frequently because again, I am in that same boat, that same dream of wanting to own some slice of Telluride. And I just think at that current income tier, it is going to be a stretch at best. And and very likely a burden if we don't shift some of that. And I think that that's a call Geneva and I remember it well because we just went through this whole housing guidelines revision for almost a year. But this to me is showing that there might be a few more tweaks that we have to look at as well, specifically with income tiers, because I'm trying to crunch the numbers, and with flood insurance, if you don't have 20% down, private mortgage insurance, as well as the HOA dues, and just the general high cost of living in the town of Telluride at under 95 or just under $96,000 for your income cap for your whole household, whether that is a married partner or a renter. That is hard to pencil out with that. So I think this is a larger conversation outside of just this one unit, but I think it's important to acknowledge that context in this because it is tough with this. And I think we need to look at that as part of this specific unit as well.
Yeah, it's similar to the conversation we had in Pheno with how you handle assessments. And because that's another expense on top of everything you piled on the poor buyer.
It also just doesn't take into account debt that people have. I mean, the reality is that most people have a car payment. Most people have some student loan debt. They probably have a credit card that they're still paying off. And it's like all of that contributes. So it's a complex issue, and it's definitely not just a simple math equation.
Right. And we know, sorry, go ahead.
I have one other comment that I want to make. I want to just remind everyone that you're considered housing stress if over 1/3 of your income is going towards paying for your housing. And this unit would, even if somebody got this, they would be housing stressed by that definition. And I think we don't want to put people in situations where we're giving them deed restricted housing and they're still housing stressed. Like that is not the goal of this. So
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
I think
Um,
I'm stopped.
And so I think we've had enough back and forth on this one and heard from the public. Got basically two issues at hand. Third, if you count the town's goals, but seems that there may be an advantage on the ADA side of things for purchasing this unit, and there may be an advantage for us in a tier to purchase this unit.
Sorry, I was just having a thought. You can finish, but I
No,
just,
go ahead. No, no.
well, just the thought that we should exercise our first right of refusal, change the income tier, and then issue
Yes.
a boutique lottery for ADA. And then my vote is for still changing the income tier and retaining the town's first right of refusal, but we can have that secondary discussion.
Right.
But yeah,
Right.
but yeah.
And that's the crux of the issue, probably those two things. Any other further discussion? If there's none, we will entertain a motion.
I move to adopt a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, authorizing the acquisition of certain deed restricted property known as Entrada Unit N, located within the Town of Telluride, San Miguel County, State of Colorado.
I second. Mayor or legal counsel, do we need to add a friendly amendment to give more direction on the discussion we've had about a boutique deed restricted lottery for this?
I think we received the direction, the changing of the tier, that's gonna require separate action, and that'll be formal. And I think we understand that we would put this out for ADA consideration, and then sounds like town employee consideration after that, if I'm understanding the direction.
Well, that's something that we haven't really discussed.
I think we would have to wait to see if anybody qualified in that ADA to purchase it. And then following that, if there was not a purchaser secured through the ADA lottery that we're talking about doing, then we would decide, do we want to retain it, sell it to a town employee, or do we want to, it sounds like the overarching theme is do a lottery for general public. But I don't think we need to make that decision now, because I think our intention is to do the ADA lottery, right?
Yeah, but is whether or not that cell is going to change our philosophy on what to do after. I mean, I don't know if it will.
Yeah, and
We
I think,
want all 7 of us here to decide whether this goes to lottery or goes to post ADA consideration, whether it goes to a town employee or back out into the world.
I think for your action today, which is the exercise of the option, we have enough. I think Scott and Zoe have heard clearly the direction that has come from a majority. Some of those things will require formal action from either you or another related body at some point in the future. So I think in terms of the exercise of the option, I think we have that.
Okay.
And then we can go from there. And again, some of these things are likely to come back to you.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that we're here now. Let's cover our bases now.
Yeah, and I don't think you need to put it into this motion.
Okay.
That direction. I think it's clear enough.
Okay, thank you.
I agree with that.
And I know we're in the middle of a motion. So I hate saying this, but when Dan was bringing up the costs, if it was a single person and they rented a room, they would be getting some revenue back to help them. I don't know how that affects.
The issue is that that person's income that they're renting to is also included in the
In their
household.
household income.
Is it included in the household? Okay.
Yeah, that's
Want
the
to make sure I was
problem.
clear on that.
You can't make, I couldn't make 95,000, rent a room to Mian, who also makes 95,000 and have that work.
Right.
They'd have to make
We would have to
Make it
make
together.
$95,000.
$5 a month.
$8.
They couldn't pay.
Right. But it's still in certain circumstances might be, part of a benefit to a buyer though.
I think it's the tier.
It's just the tier.
Tier,
It's too
yeah.
low.
Yeah,
Tier 1 is really like,
Yeah.
it's tier 1.
it's tier 1.
Yeah.
I mean, and I think the thing that we all, and the public needs to hear as well, like the tiers worked initially. Like they worked when this unit was its original sales price.
And when
But-
interest rates weren't.
Exactly. It's just that now, this unit has increased in value nominally compared to free market, but just where the maximum sales price is now for this unit compared to the income of the tier, just that it doesn't necessarily work, and we need to correct that so that whomever is living in that unit can be a successful member of the community.
And I think it's like, we're not gonna have this discussion now, obviously, but like, it's also a philosophy of if we have restrictions for income for people, like what is that philosophy doing for us in limiting people's ability to make money and be successful that then affects their housing? So obviously we don't have time for that.
I don't want to go down that rabbit hole today.
Hey.
And certainly the ADA is a big part of this, but seeing that we had some discussion after the motion, does the motion still stand?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, and second still,
Yes, it does, ma'am.
okay. We have a motion on the table. Elena, how do you vote?
Elena, yes.
Dan, how do you vote?
Dan, yes.
Geneva, yes.
Me and yes.
Ashley, yes.
Teddy, yes. It passes unanimously. Action item 8E. Consideration of a new outdoor dining agreement for Van Atta LLC, DBA Van Atta, for use of 138 square feet of the public right-of-way abutting the east side of the building at 101 West Colorado Avenue, Unit B. And we have Melissa here to present.
Yes, hi, good afternoon, everyone, Mayor, Council. I'm Melissa Mullen, I'm Assistant Clerk here with the Town of Telluride, and I am here this afternoon to present you details of a new outdoor dining application we received from the owners of Van Atta LLC. If you recall, they were here and were approved for a new tavern license at the last Town Council meeting. And they are seeking to add, or they have applied for an outdoor dining at 101 West Colorado Avenue. And that is just, it's north, it's not exactly on Colorado Avenue, it's a block north. It actually faces North Pine Street. I did include a copy of the outdoor dining resolution in your packet. It's been a couple years since we've had a new application come before you, so I'll give you a brief little summary of that resolution. It does grant the authority to Town Council to grant new applications. There is no limit to the number of outdoor dining permits granted to the town. Outdoor dining, the resolution does state that outdoor dining permits should only go to dining establishments, but staff does know over the past several years that they have been granted to establishments that weren't primarily dining. Some examples were the Liberty and Show Bar. They also have tavern licenses. So I wanted to bring that to your attention. Outdoor dining applications are considered on a case-by-case basis, and that is due to such variety of things that each location has that brings to the table. There's so many variety or variables. So things to consider, for example, existing street furniture, view corridor, vehicular line of sight, noise, pedestrian traffic flow. The area must be large enough to accommodate the encroachment, the outdoor dining area, while leaving no less than 4 feet for pedestrian traffic. So that is the standard 4 feet. And the encroachment should not be more than 5 feet deep unless otherwise approved. And then also the resolution directs that new applications go before the Town Development Review Team, DRT. And that's made up of Public Works Department, Building and Planning, pretty much every department in town. They sit down and take a look at this application, and they provide their feedback from their standpoint, especially looking at, safety concerns. That's important. Or pedestrian flow, things like that. And they provide their comments. So they did meet on this application, and they did provide their comments. The applicant initially submitted a schematic of their outdoor dining, requesting a 2 foot wide, 2 foot by 4 inch width by 41.5 length area. The DRT thought that it was maybe a little bit too narrow to accommodate a secure drinking area, also with allowing patrons to slide by one another and get to their seats, while also allowing maybe servers in that area that it just wasn't quite wide enough. Additionally, this location has an electrical panel against the building on the wall. And so that's something that's not as typical, or, you know, it's unique to this property, I should say. And so they were concerned with the outdoor dining area blocking that or making it inaccessible to be reached. And then thirdly, unique to this property is also in the sidewalk, there is encroachment of pillars that hold up a covered roof overhang. So those pillars need to be accounted for, because that kind of detracts away from the pedestrian sidewalk. They need to be included or thought about. So the applicant did come back. They did modify their schematic with adding a foot. So now they're requesting an area of 3 foot and 4 inches width, keeping the length the same, 41.5 feet. That leaves exactly 4 feet of pedestrian right of way. And that is measuring from the inside of the pillars. So you can't measure all the way to the curb because the pillars kick in. So it leaves from the inside of the pillars to the encroachment is exactly 4 feet. The applicants did state that they'd confirm that it is 4 feet, and that they would be really monitoring that and keeping that pedestrian flow open. Also, I want to say that it is north of the free box, and later this year, the free box will be moving, so that will kind of lighten up some of the pedestrian traffic in the area, just to make note of that. Let's see, the drink rail or the outdoor rail, the boundary has been approved by HARC. The Marshal's Department had no concerns. The owners do intend to serve alcohol in this space from 7 a.m. to 2 a.m., or that's the hours they're going to be open. If the outdoor dining application is granted today, they are also wishing to extend their liquor modification to now include this area. Their liquor license, which was granted at the last town council meeting, conditionally with a condition of occupancy, are based on when they received their CO. If this is approved, then they want to extend into this newly encompassed space. And if by chance this does not get approved today, then we won't go ahead with moving forward of the liquor modification, because it is dependent upon the approval of this area. This meeting was noticed. We have a local requirement that this has to be posted within 10 or meeting notice of 10 days ahead of time. They did post a notice 11 days ago, and we have not received any public comments regarding this. So, and that's all I have. I do have Macy Pryor, the owner applicant, here in the room, and then Rebecca Adams and Mark and John Barboni are online with us today via Zoom.
Great. Melissa, thank you so much. Before we hear from the applicant, are there any questions from council for Melissa in regards to their application?
I was just looking at this, like the little schematic that they have, the drawings.
Mm-hmm.
It seems like that where the rail is really low. It's like 2 feet off the ground. Is that because it's like made for when you're sitting?
Melissa, should we jump in and answer that? Sorry.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Yeah, sure.
Sorry. John
all right.
or Mark, do you want to take that? John, you're on mute.
There we go. Okay, I tried to speak before. Can everyone hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
Hello, everyone. Yeah, my name is John Barboni. I'm one of the owners. To answer the question, yes, the drink rail is set at about 2 feet high to accommodate people that are seated on the bench. It is a low bench, and so we set the rail low as well. And we thought that would just be a little less intrusive than something that was oversized.
Great. Thanks for clarifying that.
You're welcome.
Mian?
So just to, sorry, and maybe I just misunderstood it initially. So the so there was a bench against the wall. and then it's a foot, 8 inches, and then there's the drink rail, and so the servers would walk between the bench and the drink rail.
That's correct. Yeah. And the drink rail actually has it's a 6-inch overhang. So the clear space for the servers and patrons to walk is about 20 inches.
It seems really tight and like it feels like it would be difficult to navigate this space, especially if you're a server in a situation where you're trying to get to guests, patrons that are on the far end, and it might be full up, and you're trying to take drinks because a liquor license isn't going to allow you to walk out, and you obviously don't want to be impeding pedestrian traffic. I guess just my thought looking at this is I'm not opposed to you guys having space on the pedestrian walkway, but it feels like it might be a space that actually lends itself to a standing situation where you are standing in the space behind a taller bar and people can stand and eat and drink outside versus trying to have a seated. I just think that the flow of this, if it's busy and you have the free box and people trying to walk on Pine Street, that it's going to be a little bit congested and you're really maxing out the space to the pillars. It's exactly 4 feet, which is the minimum requirement. It's already like, it's not like there's a bunch of extra space there. I just feel like the sitting is going to be a difficult thing to swing. And it pushes it all out further.
I also don't, going to like a previous comment I made today, like, I don't think we're in the business of telling people how to run their businesses either. I mean, I tend to agree with you. I thought it was just a rail, and I actually thought that the seats, with the way they were numbered, that it was like seat
People.
yeah, like that way, like it was like
Persons.
lined up that way. But again, like, I don't know that I necessarily feel that that's where I should be putting my energy or my opinion. But I think my concern is, I do feel like that is a very tight walkway. I think if the free box goes away, then maybe, I mean, I know I personally like cannot stand walking past the free box because I feel like it's claustrophobic to me. So I think if the free box is removed, it's fine. And then I think the only other comment I have is that and I know that every liquor license is a case by case basis, but we did remove outdoor seating from another restaurant because of congestion on Oak Street. And so I would always like to see equity and parity in these decisions that we're making. And I worry about whether or not we're doing so in this regard.
Just to add to the congestion conversation, the free box is moving in September. So just keeping that in mind as well.
Oh, yeah.
I think Oak Street was different too, because there's a bus stop there and
I think it was even more narrow. I'd have to
On
go back
Main
and look
Street.
at that application. I think it was about 2.5 feet is what
Hmm.
the pinch point of that location. I could be wrong. I'd have to go back and look. That's based off of memory.
I'm fine with if 48 inches is the minimum and they can achieve 48 inches from where they put their aisle, and they figure out that they want to do a different layout and do little tiny stools and little tables later to make their flow better, that's their problem. I think we can let them decide how their layout is, but as long as the sidewalk remains the 48 inches wide, I'm fine with it personally.
I also think it's important to note that this is not a restaurant, it's a tavern. So the kind of the scale of what they're serving is smaller. Like they're not bringing big dinner plates out. It's going to be a lot of drinks, which is a little easier to kind of, I think in terms of
But they can't walk outside of.
No,
that
I know, but
space.
even, you're not carrying a big tray of food. It's, a drink tray, most likely. I also think, this is a wide sidewalk that already has a built-in overhang and the free box is moving. And I actually feel like this block might feel a little ghostly, to use a word that I love. And I think that this is a really nice way to make that kind of stretch vibrant once we move the free box, because otherwise there's not a whole lot else going on there. And we already have the overhang. And as we talked about, when we leave people up to their own devices, we don't always love their overhangs, or their covers. So I think this is actually a really great use of public space that might otherwise be a little quiet once the free box is moved. So I tend to support it and kind of agree with me in that it's not our job to tell servers like how to walk and orient themselves if, you know, and I've always gone by like 18 inches as kind of like how much space you need to sort of get through, and they have that. So whether the seating changes because it needs to is up to the applicant. But I think this is a good plan.
Any other comments or questions from council? Would the applicant like to step up and say anything?
Yes.
We're gonna make you step up, sorry. State your name.
Sorry, that one's broken, Macy. You gotta go to the other.
Yeah.
Working on it, sorry,
Hey guys, it's Macy Pryor. Thanks for having me. I would just like to say a few things. First of all, there's actually two ways of serving alcohol. One, you can go up to the counter and order it and then bring it outside. So you don't necessarily have to be served on outside. And then the other one is that you have a server outside. So that's definitely something to consider. I know that that's a small space, but it's definitely an option in the summertime to go up to the bar, get your drink, and then go and be able to enjoy it outside looking at Ajax. That area right there is just so beautiful. You have no obstructions in front of you, and it's just a really nice part of the block. Also, in terms of congestion, I can never personally get by the free box. So I think that when that's gone and if we're worried about congestion on that block, I mean, the free box is an example of something that's not really that monitored and causes a lot of congestion. Oh, I just actually measured, there's only a few pillars. I think the pillar is about 6 feet apart. And from the actual wall of the building to the edge of the sidewalk is 8 feet, 10 inches. So even though the pillar's only 7 feet, 4 inches, it opens up after each pillar. So we are abiding by that 4 foot right in front of the pillar. And then there's 6 feet of space that there's actually 4 foot, 10 inches or 4 foot, 8 inches. The sidewalk kind of goes out. So I know it may be a little tight right in front of that pillar, but then for 6 feet, you have over 4 feet of clearance. So
Great,
That's
thank
all.
you. Any questions for the applicant?
One of the other applicants did want to speak as well, it looks like.
I did actually, if I may. This is John Barboni speaking again. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. I just wanted to clarify something. I misspoke before about the clearance dimension for the service aisle. We actually have 24 inches clear, and that's because we have 20 inches to the face of the drink rail, and then the drink rail is 6, and the support is only 2. So the clear space for walking is actually 24 there. So that makes it a little bit more comfortable.
Great, thank you for clarifying.
And if I may speak as well, this is Mark Barboni, and council had talked about the ghostly effect of a forgotten sidewalk, and I just wanted to address that in that we've had a sidewalk cafe in other locations for about 12 years now. And one thing that I've found through experience is that when there is a restaurant that has access to sidewalk, it becomes part of their curated space. And many times when there's not a steward for that space, you get dirty sidewalks that's full of trash. You have just kind of a dilapidated condition. When you have an operator that takes it on as part of their space, it's well maintained, it's held to an aesthetic standard, and it invites people to enjoy this area much more, and it helps it not be an eyesore for the community.
All right, thank you.
Can I ask one more question to staff? When the free box moves, because Macy owns that building, is there a potential for them to further extend even further down the wall?
There's no limit to the length, just only, the width has to be 5 feet. They
If
could
we're looking
extend, but
for,
it would have to be approved.
Yeah, I mean, if we're looking for vitality, we may as well go all in on it. So,
I mean, well, and I think it's worth noting too that like this establishment will essentially be the destination on that side of the road on that block. Like there's really nothing, unless you're just traffic going by, this is where you're going. If your destination is this block, it's going to be this establishment. So, there aren't any other competing businesses or really much residential that's in that area. So I don't really see too many conflicts.
Are you guys planning on also applying for a parklet?
Out front?
Mhm.
I doubt it, no.
Any other discussion, questions for Melissa or the applicant? Is there anybody in the room or on Zoom for public comment? It does not look like there are any. Happy to entertain a motion if someone's ready to go.
I move to approve an outdoor dining license agreement for Van Atta LLC, doing business as Van Atta, for use on the public right of way in front of Van Atta located at 101 West Colorado Avenue, unit number B, Telluride, Colorado 81435, with the following conditions. A certificate of occupancy is received from the town of Telluride Building and Planning Department. A liquor license is approved by local and state liquor license authorities, which encompasses the outdoor dining space, and the proposed licensed premises complies with fire code regulations.
I second.
We have a motion from Dan and a second from Mian. I heard her speak first. Dan, how do you vote?
Dan, yes.
Mian?
Yes.
Oh, Elena, yes.
Geneva, yes.
Ashley, yes.
Teddy, yes. It is approved unanimously.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you, guys.
For that. Moving on to to item number 9. First, I would like to have a motion to step out of town council and into the Telluride Liquor Licensing Authority.
So moved.
Second.
Dan, how do you vote?
Dan, yes.
Geneva?
Geneva, yes.
Elena, yes.
Yes.
Ashley, yes.
Teddy, yes. We are now in the authority of the Telluride Liquor Licensing Authority.
Thank you. With a current standing work conflict where that I am financially incentivized to always want more liquor license, I will be recusing myself from this. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. Item 9A, consideration of a permit application from Van Atta LLC, DBA Van Atta, for a permanent modification of premises at 101 West Colorado Avenue, Unit B, Telluride, and we have Melissa again to present.
Hi, so Melissa Mellon, Assistant Clerk, and I'm here to present the details of a modification of premises to a liquor license that we received. And that was based, so Van Atta LLC, they were granted conditionally a new tavern liquor license at 101 West Colorado Avenue, Unit B, at the last town council meeting. And that was conditional based on their receiving a certificate of occupancy because the property is just finishing up some renovations now. So they anticipate to get that within the next few months. They did apply for an outdoor dining application just before this item. That we were not able to get all this on last month's meeting. That's why these are broken out separate. So this modification is dependent upon the outdoor dining that was just approved. So they are requesting, now that they got their outdoor dining approved, that their liquor license now be extended into the newly approved outdoor dining space. And once, if it's approved locally, then that will be sent to the state so the state can officially make that their official liquor license, the interior of the building as well as the new outdoor dining space.
Makes perfect sense. Any questions for Melissa on this from council? Or excuse me, the Liquor Licensing Authority. The applicant want to add anything? Okay. Any public comments? Seeing none, I will entertain a motion.
Based on the findings presented in the staff memo and during this hearing, I hereby approve the request by Van Atta LLC, DBA Van Atta, for a permanent modification of premises. Am I on the right one?
You are.
Yeah, okay. At 101 West Colorado Avenue, Unit B, Telluride, Colorado, with the following conditions. A certificate of occupancy is received from the town of Telluride Building and Planning Department, and an outdoor dining agreement is received between the applicant and the town of Telluride.
Second. Oh my gosh, sorry. Elena, it's yours. No, I just like
Wait.
Macy. I'm sorry.
From Geneva and a second from Elena. Geneva, how do you vote?
Geneva, yes.
Elena, yes. Mian, yes.
Ashley, yes.
Teddy, yes. It is approved unanimously. Once again, congratulations.
Thank you guys
Thank
so
you.
much.
Thanks for going through all the stuff.
Yeah.
Thank you all so much.
We'll invite you all to our opening. Yeah.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn the liquor license authority meeting, go back to council.
So moved.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Me, and how do you vote?
Me and yes.
Elena, yes.
Geneva, yes.
Ashley, yes.
Betty, yes. We are back into town council. We are going to pick up on agenda item number 2, which we had to skip over for sake of time, and we are on the administrative reports. We will start with Scott.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Just pulling up a document here. And I'll be happy to email council and my manager updates here, but I've got a few items, but I'll try to keep it pretty quick here. Just a couple mentions I jotted down through the course of today that I wanted to make. Again, wanted to thank specifically Sasha and our staff, Stephanie and Amanda, working through case and that whole process. That was a good series of meetings last year, and I think we heard generally really great positive feedback from the nonprofit community on that process. I know, in talking with our peers around the state, at 700,000 almost between those two funds that you as town council allocate out of our general fund, as a percentage of our general fund, comparatively, we really do provide about as much as any municipality out there to our nonprofits and special events. So that was a big win, I think, for the community today, and just thanks for everyone involved in that case process. Also wanted to just give a quick special shout out to Sydney Roop on our HR team, whose last day is Friday, and she's been so positively impactful to our team. We're going to miss her dearly, but very excited about our new team around the HR front. Let's see. This week we will begin to review responses to our regional housing needs assessment RFP that we put out jointly between the county, the town of Mountain Village, and town of Telluride. That's being administered through SMRHA. So thanks to Courtney over there at SMRHA for helping. But we're excited that we know we've got multiple responses coming back that we'll be reviewing later this week. So we'll update council at our next meeting around that effort, no doubt. And that will be, again, an update to what I believe was a 2018 housing needs assessment. So looking forward to that work. Last week, several of us were at the Colorado Association of Ski Towns meeting that I know Zoe and myself attended, along with Mian and Elena on council over in Crested Butte. Maybe one of the bigger turnouts ever at 100 attendees or so from 25 towns, plus Park City and Jackson Hole as well from out of state. Some of our key areas that we met around last week at CAST were certainly related to electrification of our building codes or codes that mandate electrification, as Crested Butte specifically has done, and kind of the politics and pragmatism around that. Base area development. Again, as I mentioned earlier this morning, I will be sitting on an upcoming working group here with Park City and others who are going through base area development as we're contemplating at Carhenge and Chair 7. So that's exciting. We looked at some EV fleet vehicles that Crested Butte has purchased over the last couple of years, went through a number of legislative updates at the state level. Certainly the issue of potentially taxing short-term rentals at a commercial property rate is legislation that everyone's quite interested in, regardless of where you're at on either side of the issue. It's been one that Governor Polis is supporting, but has a lot of work to get through committees and some refinement, no doubt. And we, another one of the side meetings was a tour of Crested Butte's new Nordic Center or warming hut in part as well, that is all electric, and that community's first commercial all electric building. So I think there's some pretty interesting takeaways that I got from touring that building that we might implement as we look at our design this spring at our warming hut in Town Park. So that was pretty exciting. And again, great to have a couple council members there at CAST. And we know there'll be more opportunities for council moving forward into the summer. Let's see, we have a series of meetings coming up related to the wastewater treatment plant current design and future opportunities with the town of Mountain Village. We'll make sure San Miguel County is around the table with us as well. We'll have those meetings both at the staff level and then also upcoming meetings with our mayor and mayor pro tems from both towns, as well as we talk about some important next steps on the wastewater treatment plant. In your packet, certainly as we do each meeting, you have sales tax and real estate transfer tax numbers in front of you. Just a couple takeaways. I'm sure you've all read it, but for me, it was interesting to look at sales tax through November, just for the public. We're just a little bit over 10 million, right at where we were last year at this time. And with upcoming December numbers coming into finance, they'll wrap those up soon. We should be ending 2023 just a bit over 11 million, which is basically flat or a little bit above our 2022 numbers. If you recall, the town had budgeted a 10% reduction in sales tax for 2023. We basically ended up flat, and we will likely end with a new sales tax record for the town of Telluride, which is great. From a rent collection standpoint, we do have all of our numbers in, and we will end up right at 6.79 million. 6.79 puts us right about at 2019 pace. Again, we all were worried about what these high interest rates last year were going to do to the market. Certainly more of you around the table understand some of the pressures on the sales than I do, but at 6.79, I think the good news is that we're well ahead of the 4.5 budgeted for 2023. In fact, we're about 33% off, and it's certainly farther off than we would like to be from a budgeting standpoint, but we're on the good side of the numbers there, about $2.2 million more than budgeted. So certainly those high interest rates over 2023 impacted, and I think we've got some very pragmatic numbers budgeted in for 2024. Let's see, from kind of keeping in the economic thread here, I'm excited to say we've begun discussions with Kira Skinner, our executive director over at the Telluride Tourism Board, or TTB, in some conversations that I think are really relevant right now related to our special events, in that I know I'd very much like to see us get back to some of the work that was going on maybe 5-6 years ago, more so related to understanding the economic impacts of special events in Telluride. We've got some good models that TTB ran a number of years ago. I think we're going to sit down between Zoe and myself and Kira and others and continue to refine some of the metrics of how we measure economic impact. But no doubt, as the Park and Rec Commission and specifically Town Council consider fees and a number of other issues related to special events this year, I think it's more important than ever to really do a little more work on quantifying the financial bump that the community receives behind events, so we can just look more comprehensively at our special events moving forward. So that's, I think, exciting work coming up, and thanks in advance to Kira and TTB team on some help on that front. I want to remind everyone that this next Monday, February 5th at 4 o'clock at the Wilkinson Library, the town will be hosting what we call our Collective Envisioning Community Workshops, first of several that we'll host, and really be having conversations with the community in kind of an open house format, looking through that Jedi lens around the services that the town provides. And we'll have departmental staff there that folks can get to know better and learn how we can serve our community better and more equitably on a number of fronts. And this will, I think, really help us build out our 5-year Jedi action plan to help address and combat, any barriers for the community that we serve. So thanks again in advance to Zoe and team and others that are helping with that particular important and I think a first ever effort for the town of Telluride. So thanks to the team on that front. What we call our first digital budget book for 2023 is now live. We've talked to you as council for probably the last year around getting a little bit of more enhanced technology for the public to better look at the town's budget. And thanks to our finance team for all your hard work on that in particular. We've got access to that now. It's a long address I won't attempt to provide here, but we can push that out through our communications team to the community on how to look at that digital budget book for 2023. Much more of a dashboard look and just much more user friendly than what you would find in the past.
Engage Telluride.
Engage Telluride.
Engage Telluride.
Why not?
Yeah, we'll also have a banner on the home screen and push it
Yep.
out in other ways too.
Perfect.
Thank you. Sorry to interrupt.
No, not at all. Let's see. And I think importantly, another important effort on our team's part of just getting more and more tangible information in the hands of our public. We will be introducing a monthly housing update newsletter to just really keep our public abreast on all of our various housing projects. I know each council meeting, I do my best to provide a housing update, but we're going to continue to formalize that, keep it fresh and up to date. And we're really excited knowing how critical housing is in our community more than almost anyone else around this state. I think it's time for that monthly housing update in a newsletter form. Let's see. We will also, I'm just looking at my notes here. We'll also make sure we're publishing the 2023 workforce housing report that we got from our Northwest COG or Northwest Colorado Council of Governments. And that's a really interesting report that we just got at our CAST meetings last week. With that, I'll just touch on a few of our housing projects and where we're at on some things that folks might be seeing around the community. The Voodoo Affordable Housing Project has now hit its 50% completion status, which is super exciting. Again, that's 27 rental housing units, 3,600 feet of commercial space, and in addition, our youth center in the old historic shed. So we continue to look at September of this year for completion of that really important project. Thanks to Lance McDonald for his work on that project. James Van Hoosier, also in our housing, community housing division here, is heading up our Shandoka Building F project. Phase 1 has reached about a 95% interior demolition point here. We're going to be doing a little bit of foundation work coming up this week. And again, that is phase 1 is a remodel and refresh of 9 existing rental units, and we're adding 3 studio rental units to that. And then phase 2 will kick off later in the year. For the Canyonlands Tower House project, again, just to the east of Clark's Market. That project is still certainly in a pre-construction phase. Conceptual and preliminary PUD has been approved. We've got 1 HARC application approved, and there are some remaining P&Z and HARC items that will be up for consideration in February, in March, and in April. So we're hoping to get through those decision points by May, we're hoping. Virginia Placer 2, that design build team has been selected. Preliminary design is underway, and the team has selected through RFP process Caddis Design with R.A. Nelson as contractors. And we're hoping to get through HARC and pre-construction services by the end of April. So those are all exciting ones. And again, a lot in the works on a daily and weekly basis within the town of Telluride related to deed restricted housing. And really looking forward to what that monthly newsletter might look like. So, Mayor, sorry that took a little bit of time, but hopefully those were all good updates for the month.
Great updates. Thank you so much, Scott. Any questions from council for Scott? Seeing none, thank you again, Scott. We'll go to 2B, attorney's report. Kevin, have anything for us?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have two issues I'll briefly mention for the public. One is the day after your last council meeting. Your last council meeting was January 9th. On January 10th, the town was served with a new complaint in the Diamond Ridge litigation in district court, along with complaints that were filed against San Miguel County. Most of the claims in this new lawsuit relate to San Miguel County and an interpretation that was advanced by their planning director, an appeal of that interpretation and decision up to the County Board of Commissioners. Curiously, the complaint or the claim against the town involves an open records issue. We're working through some of those issues. It doesn't appear that it should have been pled with another complaint, but we'll work through that matter with attorneys on the other side. And we'll see what the developments are on that. So the next issue I wanted to mention was, and we suspected this, I think I mentioned it at your meeting on the 9th, the STR litigation on the regulatory fee. We thought, and it happened, that the plaintiffs were going to have to revise their complaint, which they did last week. That resets the timing on all that litigation. So we're now under a timeline that's going to be put out to about mid-February for a responsive pleading by the town on that issue. I'm going to get an email out to town council giving you the newest amended complaint. And I'll give you some information also from our legal counsel that's been assigned on that case. Again, legal counsel has also been assigned on the issue that I mentioned previously on the new litigation on Diamond Ridge. So we are well represented. Just wanted to bring that to, I know council's with both those issues, but I wanted to mention it for the public as well. And that's it.
Great. Thank you, Kevin. 2C, council reports. Is anyone on council sat at a commission or board meeting and would like to give us a brief summary?
I had like two big meetings since our last council meeting. One of them was our case meeting, which we kind of went through that, but I just wanted to report that the new scoring process and guidelines was so successful and really helped our process there. And I think we kind of got an overview earlier today. I also went to the HARC meeting, which was interesting. We're looking at the Canyonlands and Tower House projects, and essentially it's 2 lots, but 5 different building proposals. The Canyonlands East did get approved, so that's kind of the smaller of the Canyonlands projects. The Canyonlands West has been pretty tricky to settle on a design, and it was a long discussion and we kind of left it at a stalemate. And I didn't talk too much about the first meeting that I went to that looked at that, but it's a little the goals of the project and the design guidelines are kind of 2 different priorities. And so I think there's a lot of compromises that are being made to how much housing we're getting from that based on wanting step backs and oh my God, what's the word? I'm still new to some of this. Articulation of the building itself. So, breaking up the planes of the wall, but that's compromising bedrooms, it's compromising units. So that's an interesting discussion that's happening. And the HARC board is pretty adamant about sticking to those guidelines. It is interesting because that is in the accommodations district, not the historic district, but they're kind of looking to the historic district for a lot of what they want the aesthetic to be. So that's an interesting conversation. And there was also a citizen who came and spoke about a proposal he had for a parking garage in that area that was approved. And so it brought up this whole conversation about what to do with parking there. They're saying that the grade is too steep to do underground parking. So some of it's covered and some of it's uncovered, and snow removal will be an issue. But that's something that kind of came back up in that discussion, and we really didn't get anywhere. And then neither of the tower house builds were approved. Kind of the same issue where it's Hark is asking for a lot of for the mass and scale of the building to be minimized. And then we got the first look at the tower house condos that will be free market that are behind the deed restricted units. And those were not well received. So
Did everything just get continued?
yeah, it was a frustrating meeting for, I mean, everyone has different priorities. And so I think everyone who was sitting there was kind of having a hard time figuring out how to move forward. So we'll see what the next designs look like. But I think if anyone's interested in this, it's definitely worth tuning into. Yeah. That's all.
It's a great summary. I tuned into that one.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll get some answers that will help us with underground parking. Maybe not. Who knows? It's a tough one.
Yeah.
Do you have anything else, Elena, for council reports?
That was it. The other thing, we were talking about ADA units, and the other interesting thing with the tower house build is that one of those units is intended to be ADA, but the parking was like down by the free market condos, and you'd have to go uphill on a sidewalk to get to the unit, which I think both parties, the architects and the board, were frustrated for different reasons. So it definitely feels like it's going to be hard to find a pathway forward where everyone feels like they are getting what they wanted. Yeah.
Great. Thank you. Any other council reports from any other council members?
I can go actually, because I think I attended planning and zoning, or I watched planning and zoning. And one of the things that they talked about was that there is a comprehensive plan RFP that is almost finalized, which will help us select the team that will lead the town through our next comprehensive plan, which I'm very excited about. But the majority of the planning and zoning meeting was dedicated to the Tower House Canyonlands affordable housing project. Just to kind of reiterate, it is currently planned to be 36 affordable housing units with approximately 30,000 square feet of livable space. There were ultimately three PUD variances that were requested at that meeting. The first was an increase in site coverage from 40% to a maximum of 60%. The second was to increase the building height from 35 feet to 40 feet in select locations. And then the third was a reduction in lot size from 2,500 square feet to 1,500 square feet. One of the things I'm hearing quite a bit from the public is the overarching concern about parking. And I think one of the things that is important to note is that project has removed their request for a reduction in the number of parking spaces from 39 spaces. So there is no additional request for reduction, but the reasoning is that they did put some of those units, as Elena referenced, onto the properties that the free market units are right in front of the free market units, which I think was discussed at this meeting. And they very much said that is in flux and will most likely be reconfigured in a way that's going to be kind of more appropriate. They are no longer requesting a setback variation. There was some public comment in regards to that, but there is no request for a setback variation at this time. Sorry. There is a right-of-way vacation of 2,856 square feet, which is One of the things that we did look at that staff presented was the other right-of-way vacations that we've seen throughout the course of town, both for housing projects with public benefit and then also for private development as well. They added a pedestrian access easement through Canyonlands itself between the two buildings. And then they looked at the property line, trying to push the buildings back, and then they've increased landscaping as well to improve the visual line of sight, looking up into the historic district. Let's see. They did readdress the traffic study as well for peak season, and the results remain the same, although there was obviously an increase in the number of vehicles. One of the previous property owners was also at this meeting as well, discussing their original plan for parking, and I think it'll be interesting to see how that ends up playing out. I think there are a number of people in the community that would prefer to see that if that could potentially be incorporated. One of the things that was important that staff did point out, and I don't think had a lot of attention, was that when that plan was put in place, the floodplain was then 1 foot, and now the required height for the floodplain is 2 feet. And there are now even further FEMA and floodplain regulations that we're anticipating and that the town staff is working through. The PUD itself was approved. However, with some conditions that are going to be met and some staff input that will still need to be worked through with the design team. And then the subdivision of the lots themselves is continued to the February meeting. I do just want to also point out that I think that even in these moments of conflict with these projects, ultimately at the end of the day, those challenges do result in a better project for the community at large. And so I appreciate and thank everybody for continuing to show up to these meetings and voice their opinions and their guidance, because this is really important work that we're doing as a town and for the people that live and work here. So thanks to everybody for doing that. And then Ellen and I, we were at a resource recovery meeting where we reviewed the RFP for our new trash, recycling, and compost programming. I think one of the things that I would like the public to hear is that there has been for years talk that we do not have recycling in the town of Telluride, and that is categorically not correct. And I do just want to encourage everyone to continue to separate their trash and recycling. And we'll have more information regarding that, obviously, as this new contract is signed, and hopefully we'll make this a little bit easier for our visitors and our locals alike to fulfill and help us meet our climate action goals. And then I had 2 gondola meetings. One was our subcommittee, and then yesterday we also had the leadership committee meeting. And at that meeting, we reviewed the results of our survey that was done in December in regards to the gondola. It was performed by Keating Partners, who is a local company, but they're known nationally for their polling processes. The good news is that the gondola is more popular than Santa and puppy kisses and anything else that's good in this world. It had record approval ratings, and overarchingly, the community is in support of continuing to keep the structure and use of the gondola free, quote unquote, for the visitors and people riding the gondola itself, and also are in favor of replacing the structure as needed, utilizing of funding structure TBD made up of grants, governmental funding, and potential variety of taxes. After we did that, we talked through the budgeting process for our memorandum of understanding to continue to fund the project development with the town of Telluride, Mountain Village, the county, and what, if any, TSG involvement would be in that funding process. And we discussed the funding model for the RAISE grant, which is a grant that we are targeting to potentially pay up to $25 million in funding for the new structure, the capital for the new gondola, which is currently with the modeling, the financial modeling that we're using, a $90 million project. And then Ashley and I, as subcommittee members, are going to be going on a fun-filled gondola leadership delegation tour to Winter Perk and Steamboat to look at two different groups that have built two different gondolas and just learn from the process. I think the one other thing I just want to mention, because we've talked about base area development, but I would also like to say that as we look at Chair 7 redevelopment, I think it is important for us as a community, as we continue to go down the process of rebuilding this gondola, that we also look at the redevelopment of the Oak Street Plaza as well to fulfill all of the needs of the town of Telluride. The end.
Awesome. Another great summary. Ashley, do you have anything?
I have a very brief Parks and Rec update. It was a pretty succinct meeting that we had. Basically, it was the winter update from the clubs. So the clubs came and kind of talked about how their winter has been going and everything. And it was great. It was hockey, Blizzard Head Hockey came, Telluride Curling came, Telluride Figure Skating, and then the Nordic Association came and just talked about participation, and we looked at numbers, and it looks like everything's going good there, and there was no big crazy comments made, so seems like everything's kind of moving along swimmingly with the different clubs. And then beyond that, there was just some staff updates. There was some talk about the outdoor rinks and how those were coming along, and it was basically that it's been warm and it's tough to make ice outside when it's warm.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was pretty uneventful, but still fun. And it sounds like all the clubs are doing well and having a great time.
Great to hear. Dan, do you have anything?
Thank you, and thank you to Mian for attending P&Z for me. I was attending my sister's wedding, which made the record show, was wonderful. The other major meeting I had with a few other people here was the THA regular meeting. We covered a couple important things, including an initial really broad strokes, super high level discussion and starting to plan on the rental housing guidelines, the affordable housing rental guidelines that, as I alluded to earlier, we did the deed restricted ownership previously and adopted that last year. Now we're going to start doing a similar process that's hopefully we've learned from, and it will go a little more quickly and easier on the rental side of that. So there was a loose agenda adopted, or a loose sort of plan and calendar adopted. And the big thing for the listening audience, the dates have not been specifically set, but there will be numerous public outreach meetings where we'll have opportunities, just like we've done with the comprehensive plan and the housing guidelines, to have engagement with our community. We're always looking for more feedback, but there will be specific events. Those are looking to be in May and the very beginning of June. So please keep tuned for that. We also had a long, but I think fruitful discussion around HOA dues and special assessments. And we touched on a little bit of that earlier as well, how that can continue to cause problems of affordability for people in our region when they're hit with unexpected special assessments or really high HOA dues. On that, staff is going to be coming back with potential ideas or ways to work on that based off a direction that was provided at that meeting. And we will be discussing that at our next THA subcommittee regular meeting, which is February 7th, so a week from tomorrow. Those meetings are at 9 a.m. for anyone wanting to attend. Courtney McElhenney also provided a brief update on Town of Telluride housing compliance. Continuing, she's just sort of wrapping up collecting all the compliance check-ins, and is going to provide a more comprehensive update on what we've learned from that process, I believe, at this coming meeting as well.
Thank you. Geneva, do you have anything since I skipped over you by accident?
Oh, it's okay. I was gone on vacation, so sorry I missed a couple meetings. One that I would love to hear about too is, I don't know if Scott can maybe share about the SMRHA meeting, because I missed that one. My guess is there was an update about, we will hear soon about the housing needs assessment. Or maybe we've heard back from the RFP for that, but I wasn't there, so I don't know if Scott has any.
Yeah, that's correct. We wrapped up that RFP submittal posting a couple weeks ago, and the deadline is this week. So we'll have applications to go through, I think, this Friday, both between the Mountain Village, myself, and the county. So we'll be making a selection we can announce next week.
Yeah, so other than that, happy to be back and rocking 2024.
All right, thank you. Any related organization reports?
I suppose I have two on this one. Sorry to hop in, if that's all right. There was part of the Ecology Commission. We've sort of subdivided a few areas, and one area getting worked on is the Planet Over Plastics outreach. You're all somewhat familiar with it. This could also be called the single-use plastics ban that was adopted by the previous iteration of council last year, or shoot, it was 2 years ago. Yeah, geez, 2 years ago. Where does the time go? 2 years ago, but is taking effect this coming July. So that's going to cover things like single-use plastic cutlery, plastic straws, single-use plastic water bottles. There's a specific list. It was adopted. It is in it. So this committee is working on outreach and trying to inform the public, but I'm continuing to take opportunities to say it because I continue to get people not sure what it means, or I've heard some wrong information out in the community, so continuing to try and counteract that. There is very specific things that are disallowed, and if it is not specifically disallowed, it is still allowed. So that is the important takeaway with that. And then also I was in attendance at the joint county Board of County Commissioners and County Planning Commission meeting last Wednesday around both solar in the county as well as the community housing zone districts. Those were both work sessions with lots to talk about and lots of community engagement on that, but worth noting because both of those processes will affect our whole county and region and have lots to talk about, but worth noting because they're important matters. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Any other related organization reports? Comments on payments to E? That's by email. And that brings us to agenda item number 10, Telluride Housing Authority. There are no items for the Housing Authority, so we will not meet. And then item 11, executive session that has been canceled for today because Scott is under the weather. Hope you feel better, Scott. Thanks for hanging in all day today. Not feeling well. It sucks sometimes. And seeing that, we will adjourn the town council meeting.
Sweet.
Thank you.